category for Final Jeopardy is the Sun-Earth connection. And the answer is the ghostly light that produces the dance of colors in the night sky in the northern hemisphere. The correct question, of course, what is the Aurora Borealis, or Northern Lights? Hello, everyone. I'm Alex Trebek, the host of the popular quiz show Jeopardy! You know, as a child growing up in Northern Ontario, Canada, I was always fascinated about the mystery of the Northern Lights. In this episode of NASA Connect, host Jennifer Pulley and special co-host Dr. Sten Odenwald will take you all on an adventure to explore the Aurora Borealis. You'll learn about the many legends and myths that revolve around the aurora throughout the history of mankind. You'll also learn how NASA scientists and engineers use satellite technology to measure and analyze aurora data. You'll visit Norwegian scientists at the Andøya rocket range, located just inside the Arctic Circle in Norway. And in your classroom, you'll use data analysis and measurement to plot the auroral oval and to determine the heights of the Northern Lights. All in this episode of NASA Connect, Dancing in the Night Sky.
Welcome to NASA Connect, the show that connects you to math, science, technology, and NASA. I'm Jennifer Pulley.
And I'm Sten Odenwald, an astronomer at the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center.
On this episode of NASA Connect, we are filming on location in Norway, a Scandinavian country located in northern Europe. Today, Sten and I are at the Viking Ship Museum in Oslo, Norway.
And right beside us is an ancient Viking burial ship called the Oseberg. And you know, it dates back to the 9th century.
Wow.
So, Sten, let's fill them in. Why are we in Norway?
Because Norway is one of the best countries in the world to see the Northern Lights.
Or the Aurora Borealis. Aurora was a Roman goddess of the dawn, and Boreal is a Latin word meaning north, thus the Northern Lights. There's a lot of folklore about the Northern Lights, and various cultures from around the world have explained them as dancing spirits or blood raining from the clouds. The Vikings believed the Northern Lights were beams reflected from the shields of the Valkyries, female warriors serving their god Odin. The Aboriginals of Scandinavia, or the Sami, believed that the Northern Lights had supernatural powers to resolve conflicts. The Sami painted auroral symbols on their magic drums. In Middle Age Europe, the Northern Lights were thought to be reflections of heavenly warriors. As a reward, the soldiers that gave their lives for their king or country were allowed to battle on the skies forever. There are so many myths and legends and superstitions that have revolved around the Northern Lights throughout the history of mankind.
By the mid-1800s, scientists finally began to explain many of their mysteries. Like lightning or earthquakes, they are natural events, not supernatural ones. By the turn of the 20th century, scientists actually created artificial aurora in their laboratories. Christian Birkeland, a famous Norwegian scientist, created this device called the Torella, a magnetic sphere representing the Earth. Currently housed at the Norwegian Technical Museum, this device creates artificial aurora by using an electron gun similar to the one in your TV picture tube. Birkeland believed that currents of electrons from the sun caused the aurora. He laid the groundwork for the modern-day study of the Northern Lights. Today, thanks to modern research satellites, we now have a deeper and more complete understanding of how the Northern Lights work.
Say, do you remember what the Final Jeopardy category was at the beginning of the program? Well, if you don't, it was the Sun-Earth connection. And Sten, isn't it true that the sun is the source of the auroras?
That's right, Jennifer. The sun does play a role in producing the aurora. The aurora are the only visible evidence that we have that the sun and the earth are a system that are connected by more than just gravity and sunlight. You see, the sun gives off charged particles called ions. These ions travel out into space at speeds of 350 to 700 kilometers per second. A cloud or gas of such ions and electrons is called a plasma. The stream of plasma coming from the sun is known as the solar wind. The sun's corona, or outermost atmosphere, continuously emits the solar wind, a stream of electrically charged particles, mostly protons and electrons, flowing out in all directions. It is commonly said that the aurora's gorgeous curtains of light are caused by particles flowing directly from the sun. But this is not the case at all. When a major solar storm interacts with the Earth's magnetic field, it causes some parts of this field to rearrange itself, like rubber bands pulled to their breaking point. The magnetic energy that is released causes powerful currents of particles to flow from distant parts of the magnetic field into the atmosphere. These currents flow along the magnetic field into the polar regions and collide with nitrogen and oxygen atoms in the atmosphere. The color of the aurora depends on which gas, oxygen or nitrogen, is being excited by the electrons. Oxygen emits either a greenish-yellow light, the most familiar color of the aurora, or a red light. Nitrogen generally gives off a blue light. The blending of these colors can also produce purples, pinks, and whites.
Stan, that is fascinating. And of course, it's beautiful.
That's right, it is beautiful. And you know, the northern lights are always moving, like giant curtains of light, weaving and swaying across the sky.
So, Stan, how do scientists study the northern lights?
Well, besides photographing them from the ground, there are 3 other ways that scientists like to study them: ground-based measuring devices, sounding rockets, and satellites. Data can be collected from these 3 methods and analyzed by scientists to get a complete picture of the aurora borealis. To get a better idea of how ground-based instruments and sounding rockets are used, let's visit Professor Alv Egeland at the Andoya Rocket Range.
But before we visit Professor Egeland and learn more about the rocket range, let's review the 2 math concepts for today's program: data analysis and measurement. Data analysis and measurement are 2 important math concepts to scientists and engineers. You see, before things can be analyzed, they must first be measured. Scientists and engineers take measurements so they can collect data. Think about what you measure every day: length, volume, mass, or temperature, to name a few. Once scientists and engineers collect the data they need, then they must analyze that data. Scientists are constantly on the lookout for patterns that can help them understand how things work. By analyzing data, they can construct relationships among numbers and the scientific principles they are investigating. Now that you understand the importance of data analysis and measurement, let's go meet with Professor Alv Egeland.
How is a magnetometer used to measure auroral activity?
In analyzing the graph, what indicates a great disturbance in the Earth's magnetic field?
How are sounding rockets useful to scientists and engineers?
Professor Egeland, how are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you, Jennifer?
I'm wonderful, I'm wonderful. This is Dr. Odenwald.
Hello, Professor.
Hello, Dr. Odenwald. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you, too.
You know, the Andoya Rocket Range is an exciting facility. Can you tell us some more about it?
Andoya Rocket Range is the furthest north permanent located rocket range where we launch rocket and scientific balloons. It's located here because it's just under the auroral belt. And this is the place where we do all the launching of rocket and balloons from Norway. The range provides complete services for launch, operation, data acquisition, recovery, and ground instrumented support. Since 1962, more than 800 rockets have been launched from this range. We have also hosted scientists and engineers from more than 70 institutes and universities around the world.
Professor, what kind of ground-based measurements do you take here at the range?
Well, we take a lot of different measurements, but I think the most important is the recording of the Earth's magnetic field, and for that type of recordings we use a magnetometer.
A magnetometer. Sounds like an instrument that measures magnets or maybe a magnetic field?
You are on the right track, Jennifer. A magnetometer can be used to measure weak, short-term variation in the strength of the Earth's geomagnetic field. It was first used in the year 1800 by Alexander von Humboldt to study aurora and what he called magnetic storms. These variations are due to electric currents in the upper atmosphere. The electrons and ions flowing in from distant regions of the Earth's magnetic field cause currents to flow in the ionosphere and also cause the aurora currents. So a magnetometer measures a quantity that is directly related to the northern lights. The stronger the magnetic variation, the higher the auroral activity.
Professor, this is just one type of magnetometer, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, how do you analyze the data that you collect from a magnetometer?
What we do is really we reproduce some graphic representation. And if there is a big deviation from the local standard field, we call it a magnetic storm. And I just want to show you one example here of a big magnetic storm. And here you can really see big deviation from the local standard field. The following graph shows a relative weak magnetic storm. The magnetometer measures the geomagnetic field along three axes: north, south or H component, east, west or D component, and up, down or Z component. This graph is a magnetic field strength versus time plot. Now here is a plot of a relative strong magnetic storm, probably caused by a disturbance in the solar wind. What can we conclude from the two graphs?
Let me see. The second graph shows more magnetic activity than the first graph. So I would say the more magnetic activity, the greater the auroral activity.
That's correct, Jennifer. Notice in this section of the graph, the deviations are at the maximum. If the night sky was clear, we can view the mysterious and beautiful aurora colors. Magnetometers located here at the range are continuously taking measurements of the local geomagnetic field. In fact, anyone from around the world can visit the following website to analyze the geomagnetic activity around the Andøya rocket range.
Professor, you mentioned that this facility is known for auroral research using sounding rockets.
Yes, that's correct. As a matter of fact, that's the main purpose for the rocket range. We can study the aurora from the ground, but then we just look on the bottom aurora. If you study the aurora from a satellite, you just study the top of the aurora. But by using instrumented rocket, you can study the inside of the aurora. That's why sounding rocket is such a unique platform for auroral studies. Other instruments on the rocket register electric field and magnetic field and count particles coming into the atmosphere from distant part of the Earth's magnetic field. Consequently, the energy that produced the northern light can be calculated. During an ordinary winter night in Norway, the northern light involves more energy than the country uses in 1 year. A severe auroral storm can produce billions of joules of energy per second.
Professor Egeland, thank you. We learned so much.
It's really my pleasure. Thank you too. Or as we say in Norway, gleden var på min side.
Okay, guys, now it's time for a cue card review. How is a magnetometer used to measure auroral activity? In analyzing the graph, what indicates a great disturbance in the Earth's magnetic field? How are sounding rockets useful to scientists and engineers? So, did you get all the answers to the questions? Good. Now, let's review. We've learned about the myths and legends surrounding the Northern Lights, and we also learned how ground-based instruments and sounding rockets are used to study the auroras. Now, we turn our focus to space. Later in the program, Dr. Nikki Fox will tell us how data analysis and measurement are used to study the auroras with the help of 2 NASA satellites, Polar and Timed. But first, Sten will give us the scoop on image.
Thanks, Jennifer. Aurora tell us in a dramatic way that something invisible is happening above our heads in space to light up our skies. We can use sophisticated Earth-orbiting satellites to learn more about the causes of the aurora. The Imager for Magnetosphere to Aurora Global Exploration, or IMAGE, is a NASA satellite that lets us see the invisible activity that swirls around the Earth and eventually causes aurora to appear. When a solar storm collides with Earth, one of the first signs of the disturbance is a collection of particles called the ring current. It's an invisible river of charged particles extending over 30,000 kilometers from Earth. Much of the matter in this current actually comes from the Earth's upper atmosphere in gigantic plumes and fountains of gas from the polar regions, but we still don't know how the particles get their energy. Another part of the upper atmosphere, seen by image for the first time, is what scientists call the plasmasphere. It extends out into space at least 10,000 kilometers. You should think of it as the outer limits to the ionosphere. During severe storms, parts of the plasmasphere are stripped off, but then reform as new gas flows out of the Earth's upper reaches. And of course, image also provides scientists with movie-like high-resolution views of the aurora seen from space. Over the South Pole, the satellite dips down to 1,000 kilometers to show us never-before-seen details in auroral structure. The aurora in the South Pole is called aurora australis. Over the North Pole, we see a more distant view and a bigger picture. We can relate this big picture with views of the ring current and plasmasphere to track the evolution of an aurora from cradle to grave. The reason why we're so keen to understand the aurora is that the aurora are kind of like a final examination. If we can really understand how they work, that means we also understand all the other things about Earth's environment as well. We have billions of dollars of satellite technology in space, astronauts living and working in space, and on the ground, many kinds of systems that are affected by solar storms. An electrical blackout in Canada back in 1989 cost billions of dollars. We have lost over $2 billion of expensive communication and research satellites in the last 10 years alone. Solar storms have tremendous potential to cause damage to us. Only by understanding aurora and the events that lead up to them can we improve our ability to predict how to avoid the harmful effects of space weather storms. The real challenge is to get enough early warning that a storm is approaching. That's why it's also important to look at the sun for clues to the next storm.
Thanks, Sten. Okay, guys, now it's your turn to apply data analysis and measurement skills with this really cool activity. Sten, they are gorgeous, aren't they?
Aren't they amazing?
Hi, we're students from the Region School right here in Andenes, Norway.
NASA Connect asked us to show you this activity. It's called Where to See an Aurora.
You can download the lesson guide and a list of materials from the NASA Connect website.
Here are the main objectives.
Students will find and plot locations on maps using geographic coordinates, draw conclusions based on graphical information, convert centimeters to kilometers using a given scale. Here are some terms you will need to know. Latitude, a geographic coordinate measured from the equator, with positive values going north and negative values going south. Longitude, a geographic coordinate measured from the prime meridian, which is the longitude that runs from Greenwich, England, with positive values going east and negative values going west.
Good morning, class. The northern lights are seen most dramatically in only certain places in the northern hemisphere. Today, you will plot the location and boundaries of a typical auroral oval in the Arctic region. You will see its geographic extent and determine its relationship to familiar continents and countries.
Distribute all student materials. Students can work alone or in pairs. Students, label the latitude lines beginning at the center point with 90 degrees. Then mark each circle 10 degrees less than the previous circle, ending at 20 degrees. Next, label the unmarked longitude lines. Plot the points onto the geographic grid for the outer ring. The geographic data points can be found on the student activity sheet. The points are identified as ordered pairs, longitude-latitude. For example, the ordered pair 180-60 means 180 degrees longitude and 60 degrees latitude. Connect the points in the outer ring. Now, plot the points onto the geographic grid for the inner ring and connect the points. Using the scale 1 centimeter equals 1,400 kilometers, measure in kilometers the approximate width of the shortest and longest distances between the inner and outer rings and determine the range. Record these values on the student activity sheet.
Okay, class. From the analysis of your graph, how far is the center of the auroral oval from the North Pole?
I calculated that the center of the auroral oval is about 500 kilometers from the North Pole.
Very good, Marita. And where would you travel in North America to see the Northern Lights?
From the graph, either Canada or Alaska are the best places to view the Northern Lights.
Students, once you complete the hands-on activity, check out the web activity for today's program called the NASA Northern Lights Challenge. It can be accessed at the NASA Connect website. This activity is created to be fun, interactive, and will challenge your ability to solve problems. During the course of the activity, You'll use various probes to explore properties of the planets in our solar system. There are 8 interactive probes in different colored boxes along the 2 sides. You'll learn about the temperature, magnetic field strength, solar wind density, atmospheric gases, mean distance, mean density, gravity, and speed on other planets. Upon exploring each planet, you will apply what you learned to solve the following problem. What other planets may have the northern lights? Special thanks to the students from Brandon Middle School and Lansdowne Middle School in Virginia Beach, Virginia for demonstrating this web activity.
Super job, you guys. So, what is NASA doing to study the auroras? Well, Nikki Fox, a senior scientist at the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory in Baltimore, Maryland, can tell us all about it.
Why do scientists use satellite images to monitor the auroras?
In analyzing the graph, when do auroral activities increase?
What are the phases of the aurora?
This is the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory in Laurel, Maryland. I am the operations scientist for the Polar mission. The Polar mission is part of NASA's Sun-Earth Connections fleet. Within the Sun-Earth Connections fleet, Polar has the responsibility for multi-wavelength imaging of the aurora, measuring the entry of the material into the polar regions, the flow of material to and from the ionosphere, and the discharge of the energy in the ionosphere and the upper atmosphere. Scientists use satellite images to monitor the position of the various auroral features. In particular, the latitudinal location of the edge closest to the equator of the aurora determines the amount of activity. The further the aurora moves towards the equator, the bigger the event. Also, the extent and speed of the expansion of the aurora tells us a lot about the amount of activity. The further and faster it moves, the larger the event. Polar is a unique spacecraft because it carries 4 different cameras to study the aurora. There is a high-resolution visible imager, which allows us to look at the aurora in different wavelengths or colors. In this way, we can simultaneously image the red, blue, and green components of the aurora. There is also a global imager, which allows us to look at the whole Earth at once. This camera takes pictures in ultraviolet, so we can see what the aurora is doing, even when there is sunlight in the way. Auroras do occur during the daytime, we just can't see them with the naked eye. But from the images of this camera, we can see the size of the auroral oval. For example, the following graph shows you the latitudinal auroral extent for selected coronal mass ejection events. Coronal mass ejections, or CMEs, are gigantic explosions caused by the sun that can reach speeds of millions of kilometers per hour. It takes around 3 days for a CME to reach the Earth. The vertical axis of the graph is the geomagnetic north latitude from 40 degrees to 58 degrees. On a globe, 40 degrees north latitude is closer to the equator, and 58 degrees north latitude is closer to the geomagnetic North Pole. The horizontal axis represents the dates of selected CME events. From analysis of this graph, we can determine that the latitudinal auroral extent generally increased from 1997 to 2000. Be careful in the way you interpret this graph. The function appears to be decreasing. Even though the data show a downward trend, the auroral oval extended closer to the equator. For this particular graph, it tells us that the auroral activity increased. Let's look at 2 data points. From the data on January 10, 1997, there was an auroral event in the northern hemisphere that extended to a latitude of 57.3 degrees. Do you know the name of the country that the auroral oval covered? If you said Canada, then you are correct. On July 15, 2000, there was an auroral event that extended to latitude 41.2 degrees. The auroral activity was so intense that the auroral oval stretched into the southern parts of the United States. The 11-year solar cycle of the sun reached its maximum in the year 2000, so we expected auroral activity to increase from 1997 to 2000. With all these cameras and the data we collect, we can photograph the evolution of an aurora. The evolution of every aurora tends to follow a similar sequence. We call this an auroral substorm. The following images show a typical sequence of an auroral substorm. The first image shows a quiet oval before any activity begins. This is called the quiet phase. Right before we see any bright emissions, we can observe the oval getting bigger and moves further towards the equator. This is called the growth phase. The activity truly begins with the small spot of light, or onset event, followed by the lighting up of the whole ring and an expansion to a more poleward location. The large bright region you can see is called the auroral bulge. When the aurora reaches its maximum expansion, you can see that the large bulge begins to break up and the small discrete features appear. Finally, the whole aurora dims and recovers. It will eventually return to the initial state, the quiet phase. The whole process may repeat over and over again until the activity dies out completely. Now, all the images you've seen so far have been from the northern hemisphere of the northern lights, or the aurora borealis. But did you know that there was also a southern counterpart of the aurora called the southern lights, or the aurora australis? And here we're seeing a unique movie taken by the Polar spacecraft that shows us both the north and the south at the same time. This allows us to see that the activity is occurring at the same time in both hemispheres. We call this the conjugate aurora. Now, we've seen data from many different cameras on the Polar spacecraft and learned that when you add them all together, you can learn an awful lot more about the aurora. Now we're looking at an animation which shows the polar auroral image underneath with the timed spacecraft flying over the top. Timed is taking images in very high resolution, and you can see that every time the spacecraft flies through the oval, it suddenly illuminates all the fine-scale features that you couldn't see before. So now we know that when you add two data sets together, you get even more information. Now, with the addition of data from ground-based observatories and sounding rockets, we can look at the aurora with full perspective.
Okay, now it's time for a cue card review. Why do scientists use satellite images to monitor the auroras? In analyzing the graph, when do auroral activities increase? What are the phases of the aurora?
Well, that wraps up another episode of NASA Connect.
We'd like to thank everybody that helped make the show possible.
Got a question, a comment, or perhaps a suggestion? Then write us at NASA Center for Distance Learning, NASA Langley Research Center, Mail Stop 400, Hampton, Virginia 23681. You know, each year here in Ondanus, they celebrate the beauty of the auroras with the Northern Lights Festival.
We leave you now with some images of the festival and the people of Norway.
So until next time, stay connected to math, science, technology, and of course, NASA. We'll see you then. Goodbye from Norway.
Bye-bye.
Captioning funded by the NAC Foundation of America.
It's civilization versus nature's fury. Raging blizzards bury cities under thousands of tons of snow. Howling hurricanes tear apart coastal communities with wind and rain. And flash floods wipe entire towns off the face of the earth. As the skies clear, people begin to pick up the pieces. But after the storm, insidious damage is still being done. Our most vital natural resource is under assault, our nation's waters.
We're at the Chattahoochee Nature Center, and we're trying to find out what a watershed is. First victim. I need you to tell me what a watershed is. Do you have any idea?
Watershed?
A watershed? Where people go to the bathroom?
Sweating, I guess.
Something to do with sweating?
Uh-huh.
Like after you run, when you...
You perspire, yeah.
And then you shed it?
Uh-huh.
We wanted to ask you if you knew what a watershed was.
A watershed?
Yeah.
Is it kind of like the rain?
Do you know what a watershed is?
A shed that holds water.
Come here for a second. I want to ask you something. Do you know what a watershed is?
No. No.
Do you have any idea? What do you think it has something to do with?
I don't know.
What a watershed is?
Yeah.
That's just a drain pool, I guess you'd say, or the drain area. That's where the rainwater drains into the river.
Correct. That's a great answer.
A watershed is that area of land that drains to a body of water, be that if it's a river, a stream, the ocean, an estuary, a bay. Wherever you live drains to some water body, and you live in a watershed. So everyone lives in a watershed.
And in this modern industrial age, our water sources are becoming more contaminated with each passing year.
The biggest water quality problem that we have in the nation today is polluted runoff.
All water east of the Continental Divide drains to the Atlantic, while water west of the divide flows to the Pacific. And one drop of rain can cross many different watersheds along the way. As runoff flows into rivers, streams, and storm drains, the water picks up trash, dirt, bacteria, toxic chemicals, and fertilizers, creating a soup of pollutants that is extremely hazardous to the environment. And the consequences of polluted runoff exist worldwide.
The UN estimate is that there's about 1 billion people on the planet right now who don't have adequate access to fresh water.
97% of all water on Earth is salty ocean water. Of the remaining 3% that's fresh, over 2/3 is frozen in glaciers and polar ice. That leaves less than 1% of all the planet's water for our use.
I predict in the future that some of the U.S. water needs are going to come through pipeline because we have just overused our supply.
To address the complex threats facing U.S. water resources, the Environmental Protection Agency recommends adopting a watershed approach.
We're trying to reconnect some of the river.
It's a method that looks at each watershed for its own unique set of environmental challenges and solutions.
In many cases, people mistakenly identify large discharge pipes in the water as the problem. But that may not be the problem. It may be coming from agricultural runoff. It may be coming from stormwater runoff over parking lots and impervious surfaces. Every watershed is different, and you need to look at each watershed in its own terms and then think systematically about how you remediate, how you clean up that watershed.
In California, the Santa Monica Bay watershed drains a dangerous amount of polluted runoff after each storm.
When it rains, literally the whole residue of urban living ends up getting washed into the storm drain system and ends up going straight into the bay on Santa Monica Bay's beaches with no treatment whatsoever.
It's actually like a giant toilet flushing because all of the pollution, the dog mess has been building up and building up and building up. When it rains, it just flushes into the storm drain and goes directly into the surf.
In 1996, the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission proved there was a link between the contaminated runoff in the Santa Monica Bay and reports of illness afflicting people who swim there.
What we did find was at the outlets of storm drains, no matter where they were up and down the bay, if there was a flow of runoff into the surf zone, those people that were swimming in those areas definitely experienced higher incidences of illnesses.
The pollutants in the water affect surfers because we're actually the indicator species with all the pollutants. When we are in the waters, we're ingesting it through our skin and our mouth. Even if people don't take a swallow of water, it's still getting into our systems, our ears, any orifice on your body. And it causes infections, it can cause colds, sore throats at the very least.
I wouldn't want to swim in, water that's got those diseases in there, just floating around, making more diseases.
I've seen it pretty much as bad as it can be. I've seen crap floating out in the water, literally.
Generically, we call it fecal coliform. More specifically, you might know of it as E. coli, salmonella, or enterococcus. Whatever's in poop.
There's times when it tastes funky, for sure.
Every day, the city and county of Los Angeles perform a battery of tests to keep the public informed about water quality in the Santa Monica Bay. Cesar Arzadon begins the monitoring process each morning by taking a series of coastline water samples. Then it's back to the lab for analysis.
Most of the bacteria that you're going to see, it comes from feces. And when you put it under the UV light, you're going to see a different kind of color. It's a fluorescent sign that there is a bacteria, and that one is called E. coli. That one definitely is feces from animals, or it could be humans also.
The results are reported to the health department, and beach warnings are posted as necessary.
The number of beach postings has decreased, and 85% of the beaches that have been monitored in California have received either A or B grades, and that's significantly different than 4 years ago.
But while progress is being made in California, the harmful effects of polluted runoff are a growing concern everywhere. So what can the average person do to help reduce pollution in our watersheds?
How you apply pesticides or not in your garden, how you wash your cars, making sure that you don't throw cigarette butts out onto the street.
Do not dump things on the ground, especially oils or any chemical pollutants. Pick up after your dogs. A lot of people don't realize how important that is. And just be a conscientious citizen and don't leave anything on the ground.
I think one person can make a difference and needs to make the difference. If not you, who?
Coming up.
We're heading for what's known as an ecosystem collapse.
Can the Gulf of Mexico be saved from polluted runoff? It was a flood of apocalyptic scale. 26,000 square miles of the lower Mississippi Valley inundated by water. More than 200 lives lost, and 600,000 people displaced from their homes. The flood of 1927 was the most disastrous in U.S. history, and its effects are still felt today. After the flood of 27, massive levees were put in place. And while they helped protect the lower Mississippi River basin from flooding, the levees and other human activities would ultimately harm the watershed in unforeseen ways. The Gulf state of Louisiana is the terminus of the Mississippi River, the mighty watershed that drains 41% of the area of the lower 48 states into the Gulf of Mexico.
We receive water from as far away as Montana, Michigan, to Pennsylvania, Ohio, Iowa. All those waters drain right past this area right here.
But by the time all that water enters the Gulf, it has accumulated enough contaminants from polluted runoff to create an enormous hypoxic zone, an area of water lacking in vital oxygen.
The size of the low oxygen zone in the Gulf of Mexico is about 9,000 square miles. That's equal to the size of the state of New Jersey.
The shortage of oxygen is killing fish and other sea life and could potentially have a devastating effect on the regional economy.
We are the largest navigation port in the United States. We are the second largest in the world. We have the largest fishery in this country.
When we was crabbing, a lot of times all our crabs we dead and we can't even sell them.
The reason hypoxia should be of concern to most citizens in this nation is because it's a sign. It's a sign of the degradation of our water resources.
We're heading for what's known as an ecosystem collapse.
If you're going to have an ecological disaster caused by the offshore hypoxic areas, then that absolutely translates into an economic disaster.
So what exactly is causing this dead zone in the Gulf? Hypoxia develops when an area of water receives excess pollutants, primarily an overabundance of nutrients, which produce large algae blooms that die off and lead to low oxygen. And since the Mississippi gets fed by tributaries that flow through 31 states, that adds up to a staggering volume of contaminated runoff.
You have drainage into the Gulf of Mexico from the Ohio River, the Mississippi River, and the Missouri River. Yet each of those three major river systems are watersheds in and of themselves with their own challenges and their own problems.
The Mississippi River has always delivered a lot of water, and that hasn't changed over the centuries. What's changed is the amount of nutrients in that water.
In fact, the Mississippi's nitrogen levels in the lower Mississippi River have tripled since the 1950s. And the growing hypoxic zone off the Louisiana coast contains the disturbing evidence.
It's like a rusty color, stinky, rotten looking. You see fish just swimming sideways, gasping for air and stuff like that. And when you pull up the nets, not one shrimp alive, all dead, orange. The fish, they rotten, like melting away and stuff like that. Can't breathe stuff, and it's just rotten.
This is just a fact of life, the way we treat our water systems, because we use them as our garbage dumps. We use them to dilute our pollutants and things like that, and it flows downstream. I believe the statistic is that if you're in New Orleans, the water that is going by you has passed through a human gut something like 3 or 4 times before it gets to you.
Incredibly, Louisiana boasts a natural resource that removes pollutants from the draining Mississippi, the once abundant wetlands.
Plants that grow in wetlands produce these wonderful filters for everything that is coming into them. They trap sediment, they tempt chemicals, and what leaves the wetlands is much, much cleaner water.
Wetlands also provide an important habitat for birds and other wildlife. Sadly, the Louisiana wetlands are quickly disappearing.
Coastal Louisiana has lost about 1.2 million acres of wetlands in the last 100 years.
When we levied off the Mississippi, it cut off the Mississippi River water from the marshes.
In addition to the levees, a network of man-made navigation channels is also compromising the wetlands by allowing salt water to seep into the marshes.
Once that salt water travels up these channels and overflows the banks of these channels out into freshwater systems, such as this cypress swamp, that salt water sits out there around the roots of these trees and kills them. They cannot survive salt water. They're freshwater plants.
Eliminating the hypoxic zone will take more than saving our wetlands. Reducing nutrient runoff in the Mississippi River watershed is the heart of the problem. It's an issue involving over half the states in the nation and a vast array of industries, particularly farming, which uses nitrogen-rich fertilizer to grow its crops.
Fertilizers are helping the United States produce the food for the world, but there is such a thing as overuse.
There are scientists who have done the analyses and predict that you could reduce fertilizers by about 12% without reducing crop production and see a significant decrease in the amount of nitrogen going into the Mississippi River.
Experts say the first key to changing behavior is raising public awareness.
We all live downstream of somebody, and we all live upstream of somebody. So what somebody else does in their watershed affects the water that I receive, and what I do in my watershed affects the water that somebody else receives downstream.
If we don't clean up our act, our water resources, which we simply cannot live without, will be ruined. Coming up, can the water supply for 9 million New Yorkers be saved from the ravages of polluted runoff? In January of 1996, one of the most devastating winter storms in history slams the East Coast. 2 feet of snow dumps on New York and throughout the Northeast Corridor. Schools, airports, and roads are shut down. By the time it's over, the blizzard and resultant flooding caused $3 billion in losses, and 187 lives are taken. And in the Catskill Mountains of upstate New York, the snowmelt triggers another potentially devastating crisis. Stormwater runoff, contaminated with trash, dirt, fertilizers, and pesticides from nearby farms and communities, threatens the fresh water supply. And the Catskill system of reservoirs is vitally important, for it is the biggest watershed of New York City, providing drinking water to over 9 million people.
The miracle of the city's water supply system is largely unknown to most New Yorkers. You ask people, where does the water come from? Often people shrug their shoulders and say New Jersey.
I figured that we were probably our own separate water system than from upstate. I'd rather be drinking water from upstate than the Hudson River.
I don't know that most people are aware of how large the problem is and how close to crisis many of our water supply systems are.
To preserve the purity of the reservoirs and enforce the Safe Drinking Water Act, the Environmental Protection Agency presented the Big Apple with two options. Either build and maintain a $6 billion facility to filter all of the city's tap water, or fund a $1 billion program to protect the watershed from polluted runoff.
When it comes to our investment in clean air and clean water, preserving open space, fixing antiquated sewage treatment plants, we can't wait. It doesn't get any less expensive, it gets more expensive.
With the historic Watershed Agreement of 1997, an unprecedented upstate-downstate partnership was forged to protect the New York City water supply.
The Watershed Agreement is saving New York City billions of dollars.
The plan includes purchasing and preserving 355,000 acres of undeveloped watershed land, the upgrading of sewage treatment plants, and the protection and restoration of stream corridors.
What we're looking at here is a main tributary of the Esopus Creek. During flooding, we were seeing a lot of sediment coming out of the stream. The clay gets into the water column and it becomes very turbid, and then it makes it very difficult to treat and clean that water. So from a water quality perspective, we're very concerned about erosion.
The program also provides funding for farmers that implement agriculture management practices.
Well, we have a very exciting program with the Watershed Agricultural Council where we are working with local farmers. We look at how they're handling the animals so that the runoff associated with manure, fertilizer, and that farm activity isn't getting into the streams around our reservoirs.
This water here is basically the water you're going to be drinking down in the city. And I feel I've got a responsibility to try my best to keep it clean for when it gets down there. It used to be when it rained here on the farm, the water that ran away from the back of the barn here was full of mud, manure, and it would just run brown and right into the stream. 2 years ago, we would spread every day. We'd have to take it out, spread it on the fields. If the snow was deep, we spread it on the snow, and unfortunately, if the ground was froze when the snow melted, the nutrient value of it for fertilizer was gone. It wound up down in the reservoir.
With New York City funding, a secure above-ground steel tank that can hold 400,000 gallons of manure was installed on the Meadowbrook farm.
That's enough storage for 6 months of the year. Now we can store it, spread it when it'll do the most good to us for fertilizer, and we don't have to spread it every day.
I worked with Tim on the plan to develop the improvements we're going to make. Plan really belongs to the farmer. And it's a collaboration of their ideas and what technical advice we can bring to the program. But the farmer makes the decision.
It's a program that seems to make everybody happy.
Here's to the farmers who are working so hard to make sure we've got clean water to put in our coffee.
To guarantee the city's water supply is fresh at the tap, comprehensive tests are performed by the New York City Department of Environmental Protection, both in the lab and at over 1,000 sampling stations throughout the city.
New York City has probably one of the most extensive water quality monitoring programs in the nation, if not the world.
We're sampling every day, 365 days a year. I've been drinking this water for 53 years. Nothing else. Best water in the world. New York City, straight from the tap to my lips.
Coming up, the future of our water supply remains at risk, but there's something everyone can do to help protect it. Find out how next. To keep our watersheds free of pollutants will require the actions of every citizen, community, and business.
Paved concrete surfaces, asphalt, parking lots, sidewalks. The question is, do we need to have as many as we do? Because to the extent that you have too much impervious surface, the water is not retained on site. It doesn't soak into the ground. It runs off, picks up speed, carries pollutants and contaminants into the water body.
One strategy for preventing stormwater runoff is occurring at the new Ford Rouge Center in Dearborn, Michigan. This remodeled truck plant is covered by a green roof the size of 8 football fields. Planted with a porous ground cover, it reduces the amount of polluted runoff released into the watershed.
The thing that tends to get the most attention is the 10-acre green roof, but that's really just part of a philosophy that if an area does not have to be paved or built upon, it's going to be green space.
And communities are also implementing green space strategies, such as rain gardens.
They sloped the lot in such a manner that all the flow goes towards this landscaping, where basically the polluted runoff can percolate into the ground and get filtered rather than going straight onto the street into the storm drain system. and really a very simple approach to cleaning up our runoff in urban areas.
But perhaps the most powerful course of action is individual participation.
People need to take responsibility for the state of our waters, and water conservation is one area where they can do that as a committed citizen. All those things your mom told you, take a short shower, don't let the water tap run while you're brushing your teeth.
Taking your household hazardous waste to a cleanup and recycling day. Don't wash your car on the streets and put all those suds down into the drain.
When you change or use motor oil, you don't dump it into the street. Everybody's got to clean up after their pets. Obviously, that's a big concern. Fertilizers, herbicides, pesticides, and make sure you don't use them anytime there's any chance of rain coming up in the near future. When you're irrigating your lawn and your garden, make sure that you're not overspraying and causing all those chemicals to end up getting into the storm drain system. The only way we're going to solve the problem is if everybody does their part.
We all live in a watershed. We all have an impact on our environment. And we must all play a role in the protection and restoration of our valuable water resources. To learn more about how you can get involved and to get a free brochure called After the Storm, visit epa.gov/Weather Channel.
Although national air quality has improved dramatically over the last 20 years, challenges remain in protecting public health and the environment. In many areas of the country, people continue to suffer from respiratory and other health problems directly related to air pollution. Recent data show that nearly 160 million people live in non-attainment areas for ground-level ozone, also called smog, which is formed by nitrogen oxides or NOx and other pollutants. Close to 90 million people live in areas that violate air quality standards for particulate matter or small airborne particles. These air pollution problems are manifested by increases in premature mortality, increased asthma-related emergency room visits, increased risk for heart attacks, strokes, and numerous other health impacts, as well as millions of lost school and work days. One of the largest sources of air pollution is diesel exhaust. The construction industry is an important sector of the U.S. economy, employing more than 7 million people, with recent construction projects totaling over $1 trillion, or nearly 9% of gross domestic product. More than 2 million pieces of diesel construction equipment are used throughout the nation every day, generating almost 40% of land-based particulate matter emissions, commonly referred to as soot, and more than 30% of all land-based non-road emissions of nitrogen oxides, which are a major component of smog. In addition, diesel engines also emit numerous other toxic air pollutants. Along with mobile equipment such as bulldozers, cranes, excavators, and loaders, construction sites depend on stationary diesel engine equipment in a variety of applications. Diesel generators provide electrical power, while diesel compressors and pumps perform many other important construction tasks. Diesel engines can operate for decades. There are millions of diesel engines already in use that do not meet EPA's cleanest engine standards. These engines will continue to emit large amounts of nitrogen oxides and particulate matter. Fortunately, there are various products and technologies being employed throughout the industry to address emissions reduction, including ultra-low sulfur diesel fuel, more efficient diesel engines, diesel oxidation catalysts, and diesel particulate filters. By reducing emissions from both mobile and stationary diesel engines, the construction industry has the opportunity to address the problem of air pollution and help provide a cleaner, safer environment. One of the most significant construction projects in the United States today is doing just that. The Federal Transit Administration's Lower Manhattan Recovery Office, working with the area's transportation agencies like the New York Metropolitan Transportation Authority, is helping to rebuild the vital transportation infrastructure of this great city.
Good morning and welcome to New York. I'm Ramesh Raman and I'm with MTA Capital Construction. I'm responsible for the clean diesel exhaust emission program on construction equipment. Small space, a lot of construction equipment, a lot of people walking around construction equipment, no diesel smell and no black soup. You get the idea. That's what the program's all about.
New York's Lower Manhattan is a center of international finance and an American icon. Covering some 1.25 square miles, this area has over 108 million square feet of office space. More than 385,000 people are employed here, and 85% of them arrive daily by public transit.
People are sometimes surprised that people do live in the financial district. A building might have retail at the street level, but above it could be a co-op with many families with many kids. There are over 30,000 people that live down and around this key financial center. And there's a lot of tourists. It's very, very crowded. It's very, very dense. So therefore, when there are construction projects in an already congested neighborhood, a lot of work has to be done to minimize the impact on the people that live and work here.
Using clean diesel technologies to lead the way towards cleaner air, both the Day Street and South Ferry sites are complicated and challenging urban construction projects. As part of the Fulton Street Transit Center project, construction at Day Street will create an underground pedestrian walkway, connecting the PATH train terminal to the Fulton Street Transit Center, providing a gateway to subway lines across Manhattan and beyond. The South Ferry project will construct a new underground corridor, rerouting several subway lines, as well as establishing a new station at Battery Park and the Staten Island Ferry Terminal. Subcontract values from $3 million and up have brought more than 10 subcontractors with non-road construction equipment to the project, including 2 major retrofit suppliers and a fuel supplier wet hosing equipment on the site. Over 100 machines with Tier 2 engines ranging from 50 to 500 horsepower that meet some of EPA's most stringent standards. Over 100 diesel particulate filters were installed. Over 350,000 gallons of ultra-low sulfur diesel fuel have been used.
Air quality, noise, dust become an issue, and they become significant when a community surrounds the project site in such large gatherings.
I've been in the business 23 years, various different positions. This is the first project I've been involved with where we've had such strict diesel emissions requirements.
Our contract specifications ask for 3 simple things. Tier 2 engines with diesel particulate filter using ultra-low sulfur diesel fuel. We had some challenges in accomplishing these project specifications when it hit the contractor's desk.
When we first started, it was very difficult and frustrating because quite a few of the manufacturers didn't quite have what was required. Some of them were a little bit behind. Some of them were on top of it. And we also had quite a few subs who we had to bring along with this process. So initially it was difficult and frustrating, but as we worked through it, we got the hang of it pretty well. And as time goes on and more jobs come out, it'll just be the norm.
Ultra-low sulfur diesel fuel has a reduction in sulfur content from roughly 3,000 parts per million for current non-road diesel to 15 parts per million. This fuel improvement will create immediate and significant environmental and public health benefits, reducing particulate matter and nitrogen oxides, as well as other toxic air pollutants. And it will enable the use of new, highly efficient emission control technology on non-road, off-highway engines. As of October 2006, ultra-low sulfur diesel became the fuel standard for the highway sector, available nationwide.
The mitigation measures that we designed into the program started off with ultra-low sulfur diesel as the first element. It typically would reduce the particulate matter by about 10 to 15%. So that was the first thing that was put in place The infrastructure was typically available. There were some doubts and some concerns about the ability to deliver it at a project site of this magnitude and service all the pieces of equipment. Tracking was a nightmare and an administrative nightmare initially because of a number of different suppliers. This was overcome by the general contractor single sourcing it and the fuel supplier barcoding all pieces of equipment. This resolved all administrative issues and we got a clean, neat, single report once a month which answered everybody's needs. Second thing that we examined was the engine itself that would arrive with the equipment. EPA had put out a tier rating on engines that measured PM at the time the engine was manufactured. It just so happened Tier 2 engines were arriving into the marketplace from the manufacturers. Tier 2 engines inherently are 60+% better in particulate matter. Starting with a cleaner engine made a lot of sense.
Non-road diesel engines are rated by a tier-level system, indicating emission standards. Prior to 1996, there were no emission standards for non-road diesel engines. From 1996 through 2006, increasingly more stringent Tier 1 and Tier 2 standards were phased in. Tier 3 and Tier 4 engine standards will bring even greater reduction in particulate matter, nitrogen oxides, and toxic air pollutants, promoting better public health and a cleaner environment.
The engine technology has been changing at a breakneck pace. Caterpillar's been adding electronic sensors, they're adding computers and electronically controlled fuel injection systems to help pull the emissions down to EPA federal levels. But in this area, due to the attainment, a non-attainment zone, that the city has such a high construction density, they want to take that emissions control for, one step or several steps further.
Construction equipment can be expensive, and companies make a significant investment in either buying or renting different pieces of diesel equipment to complete projects. Properly maintained, the equipment can have a long operational life, often lasting more than 25 to 30 years. Of the 2 million pieces of construction equipment operating daily in the U.S., approximately 30% are older diesel engines with no emission controls. These legacy machines can be repowered with a new, more efficient engine and advanced engine controls to significantly reduce both particulate matter and nitrogen oxide emissions at a cost much lower than the purchase of a piece of new equipment. Across the country, equipment manufacturers and suppliers have been repowering a wide variety of construction equipment. For one supplier in Houston, Texas, repowering has become a standard procedure.
Repowering an older machine with a Tier 1 engine or with a newer engine adds life to the machine, and along with maybe some component rebuilds, they can get a second, even a third life out of a machine that they may spend $250,000, $350,000 to replace. They get it for a fraction of the cost to do this, and some of the machines may be as old as 20 years old. The better technology of today's electronically controlled engines can just outperform the old mechanically controlled engines and mechanical fuel systems in them. It's been a good experience for us. We feel like we've benefited from it, and we feel good about the fact that with this one customer that we're doing for Williams Brothers, estimated over the lifespan of those machines, we'll reduce emissions released into the atmosphere by at least 500 tons. So we're very happy about that and pleased to be a part of it.
The third challenge was trying to get beyond the Tier 2 60% and put a filter on the machine itself. The fears were that we hadn't tried this before. In fact, nobody else had. There were studies done under very controlled conditions, but this was not a controlled condition. This was open market, open construction. The manufacturer of the retrofit, would he be able to supply the quantities needed was a big issue. And one of the other fears was it should not come in the way of a schedule. the construction schedule shouldn't get penalized because of having to have an equipment outfitted with a diesel particulate filter. So these were all concerns, legitimate, and yet we had to look at a diesel particulate filter which would reduce particulate matter by greater than 90%.
One of the benefits, we were able to basically get this program started from the ground up. Between the Schiavone job we worked on with the MTA to Day Street, we were basically building this program as we went along. The MTA was instrumental in basically going back to the manufacturers, researching the information that we needed to help make ourselves and the DPFs compatible for our rigs. So it's been a building process that we've gone through, and we've basically laid the groundwork for other contractors to follow us, and it has made it a lot easier because we've done a lot of the legwork. And it shows really well how the MTA can work with not only manufacturers but subcontractors and general contractors to make this transition a lot easier.
This process started January of 2005. We were one of the subcontractors that were elected to start this project through the MTA project, through Schiavone Contracting and some of the contractors that were down here. Part of the process of retrofitting is determining what type of off-road equipment they have and the sizes of the equipment and the sizes of the engine. On off-road pieces of equipment, in some case scenarios, it's so large, can we actually make a filter to fit it? So what we have to do is some engineering before we actually can sell them a filter. Instead of having it like an air filter and changing it every day, this will last over a course of 1,000 hours before it needs to be cleaned on an annual basis instead of a daily basis. On this particular site, on a warranty basis, we warranty the product for 2,000 working hours or 2 years. And we started the site in January of 2005. It's almost 2 years. We haven't had one warranty issue on this particular site.
I noticed that it's a lot quieter, a lot cleaner. It's a lot friendlier to the people in the neighborhood, you know, and I don't go home smelling like a diesel truck at the end of the day.
Personally, it's a lot better. You know, when you sit in this machine for 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, and you're smelling those fumes all the time, you kind of get a little nauseous and sick at times.
Every piece of equipment, whether it was a generator 50 horsepower or a crane that was 750 horsepower, had a diesel particulate filter put on.
Diesel oxidation catalysts, or DOCs, are a common exhaust aftertreatment technology used to reduce emissions when diesel particulate filters are not an option. At the O'Hare Airport Modernization Program in Chicago, Illinois, DOCs are the emission reduction technology of choice. A DOC can reduce particulate matter by 20 to 40%, reduce hydrocarbons and carbon monoxide by up to 50%, and reduce many toxic air pollutants. DOCs are often selected because they may be used with a variety of fuels. However, the greatest levels of reduction are achieved by using DOCs with ultra-low sulfur diesel fuels. There are a number of different DOCs available and verified by the EPA and the California Air Resource Board. Typical installation is relatively straightforward, and there is little maintenance required.
As far as retrofitting a vehicle with the diesel oxidation catalyst there, we actually have a cross-reference list that's published for it. So if you know the existing muffler part number that's on the vehicle, all you have to do is look that up, crosses over to its replacement diesel oxidation catalyst filter, and it can be done very easily right across the parts counter. Takes no training to install it, has no adverse effects on the operation, output, fuel economy, anything on the vehicle, and it is truly a direct bolt-on replacement for the muffler.
Retrofit technologies are advancing at a rapid pace. The use of established technologies such as diesel oxidation catalysts, or DOCs, and diesel particulate filters, or DPFs, continues to grow exponentially, while new emerging technologies are steadily improving.
The machine runs, I think, a lot more efficiently, and the greatest thing, especially working down in this area, is with the concerns for the environment. This machine is actually a godsend to actually have this built into the machine.
I think from my operators' notices, they think it's better.
I think, you know, environmentally being around the machine is safer and better. In all means, it's better for us as construction people and for the public around.
These new technologies are helping us reduce harmful emissions, and such practices as eliminating unnecessary idling can help to lower emissions while reducing fuel consumption and improving your bottom line.
We're more educated about it now. We know more what we'll be getting into on future projects, as do the suppliers and the manufacturer of the equipment. So I would suspect as time goes on, this is just going to be second nature.
I believe the movement we're seeing to repower older machines with more efficient, cleaner burning engines is here with us. I think it's just the tip of the iceberg that we're seeing right now. I believe that restrictions are going to become more stringent.
As national air quality awareness heightens, we must continue to find ways to make our construction equipment, our practices, and our business choices more environmentally friendly. These affordable, available, clean diesel techniques and practices provide a strategy that can help local, state, and tribal air quality planning organizations meet national air quality standards. They are reducing the adverse health impacts of air pollution and improving the quality of life for everyone.
I feel a lot better when I go home, you know, compared to running the older rigs, you know. So this is clean, and it's lean, and it's mean. That's all I can tell you.
What's so great about these environmental performance commitments or measures that the agencies are working with the community and the people that live and work in the community to make it better. It's not only better for the people that work and live down here, but it's also better for the workers as well. And it's really nice that we've been able to come together to make our community more livable. The South Ferry train station, subway station, is also right there in the middle of Battery Park City. And people, when they want to come to the park, they don't want to be smelling diesel fumes. They want to be looking at the beautiful flowers and smelling the roses.
The New York Metropolitan Transportation Authority's Lower Manhattan construction projects and the people who work on them demonstrate the will, the determination, and the innovation that defines the American spirit, protecting the quality of air we leave for generations to come. For more information regarding EPA's Clean Diesel program, please contact www.epa.gov/cleandiesel.
Sustainable societies are those that embrace institutions, infrastructure, and lifestyles that meet current needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Sustainable techniques are gaining popularity throughout the United States with individuals and communities. In 2008, the U.S. Botanic Garden hosted the One Planet Hours exhibit to show examples of functioning green techniques that can be used in homes and businesses that will make our society more sustainable. In addition, many of these techniques can also help improve the health of our nation's waters.
Sustainability is important to American cities because we're really using our resources at a rate far exceeding the ability for the planet to sustain us. We're really just using too much of the planet in order to live sustainably and comfortably for the next generation. One of the key elements of the exhibition is to show that emerging green techniques really can help us manage stormwater runoff in a much more sustainable manner. Some of the types of exhibits we have are rain gardens, green roofs, showcasing rain barrels, and all types of techniques to collect rainwater and reuse it. We've been very lucky to have over 40 partners from across the country to come together to talk to the public about things they can do to be more sustainable. One of the great things that has come out of this exhibition is a memorandum of understanding with the EPA Office of Water, where we're really trying to concentrate on green techniques and bringing those to the forefront of the public's attention and showing them what they can do at home. Our goal is really to mimic the natural water systems. We've done away with that natural water cycle through our construction and development. What we're really trying to do is take the water, slow it down, spread it out, and soak it in.
Green techniques like rain gardens allow water to soak into the ground and be absorbed by plants, instead of going into the storm sewer and having our downstream water resources polluted.
Rain gardens are very easy tools for soaking up and absorbing rainwater on site.
Rain gardens catch runoff from rooftop downspouts, driveways, and other hard surfaces. They retain the water rather than just letting it run off site.
By spreading that water out, slowing it down, and holding it for just a short while, we're letting it soak back in and replicating the natural processes. And they can be any size, they don't have to be huge. The first step in a rain garden is to check your soil drainage. Ideally, the perfect situation is to have about 1 inch of drainage per hour. We then will make a shallow depression. We'll take the soils that are in that depression and we will use them, we will mix the compost and pine bark in those, just organic material, so that we've got well-prepared, rich, humus soil for the plants.
Mixing in compost and other organic materials is critical to provide food for the plants and to improve the soil texture so that the water can soak in better.
We chose the plants in this garden with a number of objectives in mind. We wanted flowers, we wanted textures, we wanted color. We wanted plants that are going to grow easily without a lot of care. We're also picking plants for specific environments. The question of irrigation is a big issue now. So in this garden, we selected plants that were going to be happy with the amount of water that we gave them. Now, if you combine that technique with other techniques like using rain barrels so that you're capturing water so that you can use it later in your garden, you can dramatically reduce the amount of water that's coming off of your property and do an awful lot to benefit the environment.
Not only do rain gardens help absorb stormwater, but they provide habitat for wildlife and improve the aesthetic value of homes and businesses. More than one green technique can be used to create a more effective multi-layered approach. Green roofs can be used with rain gardens to protect water quality by capturing and slowing down rooftop runoff. Green roofs also help cool our planet.
The benefits of a green roof are numerous. The reduction of a building's energy needs, especially for air conditioning, increase in habitat, so reducing a footprint of a building, also reduction of pollutants from the stormwater. But some of the things are benefits that often are overlooked, and one of those is the improvement in longevity of a roof. So if you take a day like today, here we are with the ambient temperature about 70 degrees, partly cloudy, and the temperature on the average roof is over 160 degrees. And as a result, those materials that are used, the traditional asphalt shingle, that material is expanding during the day, and when it cools down at night, that temperature is reducing. And so you have this expansion contraction combined with the UV of the sun, and that's why a 30-year shingle never lasts 30 years. By putting in a green roof, that actually prolongs the life. One of the main benefits to having a green roof is its potential to reduce the amount of stormwater runoff. In fact, many of our studies will show that during the summer in the Northeast, we can trap 100% of the stormwater runoff. Those benefits can continue throughout a calendar year, and so we find that overall, over 55% of the stormwater runoff can be trapped by a green roof. It also is trapping many of the pollutants that come with stormwater runoff. The plants, and more importantly, the natural bacteria that are within the media, will actually use that as a food resource. One of the questions we often receive is, what type of buildings are best suited for green roofs? Really, it's wide open, from residential to commercial to industrial applications.
Rain barrels are an easy do-it-yourself green technique that collects rooftop runoff into a barrel. The tap and hose at the bottom of the barrel allow easy access to the water so that it can be used later to water your plants.
Well, here you see at the EPA Greenscapes exhibit, they've got their rain barrel attached to the downspout in the gutter. This collects the water during a rainstorm, stores it or slows it down so that it can be used later to water the garden in a dry spell. Typically you want to keep it accessible, and you may just want to plant around it, as in this case, and allow the foliage of the plants to hide it. They're pretty widely available. You can look on the internet to find a local source. A lot of municipalities have them available for residents. You can also find them at do-it-yourself stores, hardware stores, and most garden centers carry them.
Rain barrels are a very easy way for homeowners to save money on water bills, conserve water, and help protect the environment. Cisterns are very similar to rain barrels, but on a much larger scale. A cistern is a large storage tank designed to capture stormwater runoff from a building so that it can be later used for irrigation or other purposes. This cistern at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's headquarters building in Washington, D.C. can hold up to 6,000 gallons. In this case, the collected water is used for landscape watering. Installing green techniques at your home or business can help make our planet more sustainable by reducing the impacts associated with stormwater runoff. You can make a difference.
These techniques that we've been talking about enable anyone to do something to make their community more sustainable, to protect the water resources, to address some of the larger pollution issues that we have, to protect our waterways. These really are a beautiful solution to water pollution.
To learn more about how you can incorporate these green techniques, visit the websites of both the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and the U.S. Botanic Garden.
see lots of smiles. I do. We are so happy to be here today. What a great crowd. I want you to thank Miss Lorna for this summer reading program. Let's give her a hand. I have known Miss Lorna for many, many years. Love her to death. Used to drive the bookmobile over here. Met her then. Miss Donna and I used to be at Smyrna. I got so many ties into LaVergne. I just absolutely love it. This fella over here is just awesome. You're going to see that in just a minute. This is my cousin Jesse. His granny and my mama, no, his granny and my daddy are brother and sister. That's how we're kin. So, all of his grandparents, both of his grandparents were on the Grand Ole Opry. So naturally, Jesse said, I'm going to play too. Guys, he's only 17 and he started when he was 4. Okay? Isn't that awesome? So I'm so glad to have him. Give him a hand. So glad to have him. So the two of us together make up the Imagine That crew. That's us, all right? We just put our heads together one day and said, boy, can you imagine that crew together? And look what happened. There we are. We're going to have a lot of fun today, guys. I have all kinds of cool stuff. Jesse has written songs. He's going to play some music that is just too cool, okay? Are y'all ready to have some fun? Yeah! Are you ready? I need to know if you're happy and you know it, because I forgot my coffee this morning, so you got to help me wake up. Will you do that for me? Okay, stand up, guys. Here we go. Now, last time, Jesse tricked me, and he kept going faster and faster and faster and ran off and left me when we did this song. You think we can do it? Think we can do it? I think so. Here we go. You ready? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. If you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. What else do we do? He's getting faster and faster. What do we do? Clap our hands. Clap our hands again. Okay, here we go. You ready? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. You got it, Sandy. I love it. 1, 2, 3, 4, bottoms on the floor. Awesome. Let's stretch that left arm. Oh, no, right. Let's stretch that right arm. You ready? Oh, yeah. Let's stretch that left arm. Oh, yeah. I think we're up now. Hey, guys. Your summer reading program this year, what's the theme? Raise your hand if you can tell me the theme or the title of your summer reading program. What you got, babe? Dream Big, Read. I love it. Boy, we went somewhere, I forget where it was, and all of them just looked at me. They didn't have the same theme. Whoops. So anyway, but you guys are the same as us. Dream Big, Read. Now, I have a question for you. There's 2 kinds of dreaming, right? One's where you go sleep. Let's go sleep. You ready? Take a nap. And it's where you dream. And you hear some music and you have dreams like that, right? Okay, everybody wake up. Then there's another dream. You're going to dream about or have in mind what you want to be when you grow up. That's another dream. So raise your hand if you know what you're going to be. I'm going to find out a little later, but raise your hand. So do you understand the difference? One is where we go to sleep and we're dreaming, right? And one is where we know what we're going to be and we're going to dream to be that when we grow up. Got it? Got it? Awesome. Well, you know what? Our friend Varmint came today, and I kind of forgot to tell Varmint what our theme was. So he's going to need y'all's help. Major. Are y'all ready? Let's go get him. I think he's back here. Did we put him back here, Jess?
I think he's back here.
Okay, let's go see. Let's go see. 1, 2, 3. Varmint! Well, lady right there. Why are you ordering? We're not at Sonic. Did I sleep through Sonic? You did. You slept through Sonic. I'll feed you when we get through. Does that work? Okay. All right. Well, we got to do our show and then we'll eat. Sound good? Okay. He likes to eat a whole lot, guys. But anyway, we are doing the summer reading program, and it's called Dream Big Read. Aw, what's the matter, Varmin? That just means, what do you want to be when you grow up? I don't want to grow up. Aw. Can you say, aw? You don't want to grow up, guys. Well, I tell you what. Let's talk about some things that maybe you could be when you grow up. Anybody got any ideas? And maybe Varmint can go look. What you got, buddy?
I can be strong when I grow up.
Yeah, what do you think Varmint could be when he grows up? Any ideas? Let's give him some hints. What you got, baby?
I'll be a builder.
And build a Sonic right there. Yeah, you can build a Sonic. One of them told you yesterday to be a store manager, didn't you? Yep. All right, well, tell him bye. I want you to go in your house. I want you to look around for some things. Got it? Here we go. Say bye, Varmint. Bye. Here we go. Oh. Okay. He's got to stop eating so many burgers. He's not going to fit in his house anymore. Did you know that? All right, let's do a song that Jesse has written, and this is called Nobody Like Me. And you know what? There is nobody like you. Did you know that? There is nobody in this world like you. Are there 24 Jessies running around? No. We'd have music everywhere, wouldn't we? Is there 7 Cheyennes running around? No, I'm her mommy. I'm glad. All right, guys, we are going to do this song because it's Nobody Like Me. And you're going to put your hands in the air. And then when you hear the word me, you're going to point to yourself and say me. Because this is just for you. Everybody stand up.
Nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. I'm one of a kind. From head to my toes, there's nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. No matter how hard I try, originality shines. There's nobody quite like me.
Ready? Here's our part.
I'm round and I'm tall. I'm short and I'm slow.
But you know what?
There's nobody quite like me.
Here comes the dreaming. Ready?
Nobody dreams like me. Nobody dreams like me. I think all the time with big dreams in mind. There's nobody dreams like me. I learn while I grow. Go to places I'll go.
But you know what?
There's nobody quite like me.
Awesome. Is there anybody like you? No. Very good. Give yourselves a hand. You are awesome. Give yourselves a hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, bottoms on the floor. All right. I see some books over here. Miss Lorna, if we read a book, can we put it on our summer reading list? Woo! Let's read a book. Are you ready? Jesse, I love this book, but it just needs something. It just needs like some sound. It does. It needs sounds. Could you help us do some of that?
I'll do that.
He'll do that. Did you hear him? He'll do that. Where am I going to sit so we can hear? Let me grab this over here. Grab this book. And then, let's see what kind of sound Jesse has. Are you ready? This is called Reach for the Stars. Reach for the Stars. And other advice for life's journey. Sound pretty cool? Life's journey. Let's see. You know what? You've got your whole world ahead of you. Every dream and everything you want to be, you have ahead of you. If you work hard, you can do it. sometimes it'll be smooth sailing. Can you do that with me? Smooth sailing. And other times it'll be a bumpy ride with a fork in the road. Is there gonna be forks in the road when we grow up? No. Somebody the other day said a fork in the road. We said no, not a real fork, right? Uh-oh. You may feel like a fish out of water, and you may even feel like a small fish in a big pond. And like when you go to college and there's 50,000 people in college with you, that's what my little boy said. He said, you'll be all right, you'll be fine. Well, that's your chance to make a splash. If you sink like a stone, feeling like you're over your head. Oh, did you hear that? Look at his head. Oh, it's you'll be all right because it seems that you'll be fighting an uphill battle. My goodness. Oh, but what better time to reach for the moon and shoot for the stars. Let's grab a star. Here it comes. Hold it in your lap. Hold it in your lap. Uh-oh. You won't always be top dog. Oh, in fact, sometimes you'll be in the doghouse. Thanks, Dad. That's helping. Uh-oh, we gotta get on our horse. Are you ready? Let's get on our horse. You ready? Now we gotta ride. You hear that? Here we go. So you have to dust yourself off and get right back in the saddle. If you keep a cool head and use a little, hold out your arm. Something's wrong with y'all's elbows around here. You know that? What is that? A little elbow grease. That's what you have to use. That's what my granny used to say. If you put a little elbow grease in it, it'll come out good. Do you know that? That's what she used to say.
I use elbow grease.
You can blaze your own trail. Are you ready? And march to the beat of your own drum. He's doing his drum. Oh, this one's good. You keep your eye, do this with me, eye on the prize. And you might just hit the jackpot. Everybody say, whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah. But you know what, if not, there's always time to start from scratch and turn the page. You know that? Something's not working? Grab your heart. It's okay to have a change of heart. And sometimes you will make mountains out of molehills. Oh, this might hurt too. Oh, but you may still want to be on pins and needles sometimes. And the grass will seem greener on the other side. But you know what's going to help you to get to the other side? Friends. Did you know that? This table wants to tell you something, and I don't want you to ever forget it. As long as we have friends, Mama and Daddies, is this all true? When we have our friends, we have everything, don't we? Don't we? We have, that's right, we have everything. So you guys don't forget it. But, you know, friends will bend over backwards to help you, and soon you'll be rolling in the clover. This one, it says, when you have all your ducks in a row. Does that mean we have to go buy a bunch of ducks?
No.
No, what does that mean? When it means a duck crossing. It means that you have everything in order. And you know what? Put out your wings, guys. Because soon you can spread your wings. And fly. And that is reach for the stars. Pretty good advice, huh? Yeah, pretty good advice, huh? I'm ready to dance. Are you ready to dance? Let's dance. I want to see some dancing, some moving. Here we go. Woo! Oh, yes. here. All right, have a seat, sweetheart. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is on the floor. You know what? I wonder how Varmint's doing. Should we check on him?
Yes.
Think he's found anything that he wants to be? I sure hope so. 1, 2, 3, Varmint! Here's some. Oh, goodness, buddy. Oh, goodness. Oh, you are so heavy. What? Come on, Dave. Jason, let's bring these out. I don't know what that's all about. Let's see. Let's lay right here. Have you found something that you want to be, Varmint? Have you found something? You have? Okay. All right. Put the first one on. Okay, ready? Oh, my. Varmint. Can Varmint be a bee, guys, when he grows up? But I love honey right there. I know you love honey, but you've got to be something different. Let's try. What else you got? Well, that's pretty good. Can he be a kitty cat, guys? Jesse, is there any help? You guys have been looking at each other. You know what I think they're doing? I think they're cooking something up. I have to watch both of them. Are y'all cooking up something? Oh, they are. What are you doing, Jess? What? What are you doing? Just hold on right there. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, goodness. What on earth are you? Oh, my. What is a concert pass and sunglasses? Uh-oh. What does Varmint want to be, guys? A rock star. A rock star. What are you going to sing, Varmint? Oh, with my hair back and forth. Oh, with my hair back and forth. Did y'all have this planned yet? Oh, you didn't. Oh, he didn't have one. Well, I like your song. We may have to work on the hair and the glasses a little bit. What do you think? But he wants to be a rock star, y'all.
You can be whatever you want to be.
Oh, say that loud.
You can be whatever you want to be.
Ethan, you're hired. All right? He's awesome. Marster, that might work, but I don't know. Let's go clean up your house and we'll come back. All right? Let's have some friends come up and let's see if they can help us a little bit. Does that work? All right. I don't want to touch that hair. Okay. You ready? Let's see. Gonna be a bumblebee and a mine. All right. I think that's his own person. Hey, is anybody? I want you to tell me. Raise your hand and tell me what you would like to be when you grow up. Ethan?
I would like to be a soldier for the army. And I want to be a rebel.
This child stole my heart in like 30 seconds. That is awesome. Good job, buddy. What you got, darling? What do you want to be? A police officer? I want you to stand right here. I want you to stand right here. What you got, babe? A dolphin trainer. Oh, if I'd have brought that outfit, that'd have been awesome. What do you want to be? A doctor. Come stand right here. What do you want to be, darling? A what? A nurse. Oh, that's so wonderful. I need a Bowie. What you got? A basketball player. Very cool. Anybody want to be a fireman? You want to be a fireman? Come here. Stand right here. What else have I got? Oh, a chef. Has anybody ever wanted to cook and be a chef? I need a Bowie. I love my girls, but I need a... Ethan, have you ever wanted to be a chef?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, and hey, there is another thing I want to do. Well, for the army, I do want
up later. Woo! All right. Y'all ready? All right. Don't fall. Okay. I have this chef outfit. I called some of my dear friends, and I said, I want to take some of your outfits with me this summer because I want to see what our friends look like that are dreaming about what they want to be. So here's what we're going to do. Am I going to lose Ethan in this big old jacket today? I think so. Ethan, are you ready? He's a dancer chef, y'all. Ready? Okay, here. Hold your spoon. Hold your spoon. Oh. All right. Where's my police officer? Oh. This is real, guys. Look at this. This is from a SWAT team officer in Smyrna. I called him and he let us borrow this. Is that too cool or what? Put that on. I put this on my girl and let me. She said, my mama's the sheriff in this town. I said, oh my. What do you think about that? Is it heavy? It's not heavy? All right. What else we got over here, guys? Oh, where's my doctor? Are you my doctor? I might lose you too. I don't know. This came from a dear friend of mine that is actually a dentist. But he let us borrow it so we can talk about a doctor. Ethan's gonna dance like cooks for us. You know that? Now, one of my dear friends at Amable Fire Department let us use this. And here's the deal. You can't fall in the floor because this is heavy. Are you ready? Okay. Can his neck do it, guys? That's right. You hear your rocky music? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh! All right. Woo! Give him a hand. Oh, there you go. Face Steve. Awesome. Face Steve. They want you to face that way, she said. All right. Guys, we are going to go around now. We're going to interview our friends, and we're going to see just how long they have wanted to be these people. Ethan is going to tell me. How long have you wanted to be a chef?
Well, ever since I started helping my dad cooking eggs.
Cooking eggs. It all started with cooking eggs. Give Ethan a hand. This is what it's going to look like, guys. That's right. That's right. Okay, now I can't talk to you. Something ain't happening here. Oh, there you are. How long do you want to be a fireman?
Forever.
Forever? Forever, guys. Say, aww. Okay, now, the deal is, when you're the police officer, she can't give any of us a ticket, right? No tickets when you grow up. Is that the deal? How long have you wanted to be a police officer? Since you were 1 year old. How cool is that? Give her a hand, guys. Now, this is who's going to take care of us. This is who's going to help us. How long do you want to be a doctor?
Ever since I went to the doctor.
Ever since you went to the doctor. You must have had a good experience. Did you? No shots?
I had kind of 2 shots in one day. I was still dreaming to be one of them.
But she still wanted to do it after 2 shots. That's right. That's exactly right. Give all of your friends a hand. A musician also Ethan would like to be. I think you need to be a dancer. That's what I think. Anyway, guys, what do they need to do to become and be all of these people? What do they need to do? They need to train, and they need to dream, right? They need to dream and work hard. I heard it. You need to work hard. Exactly. All right, if you all will take off your outfits right there where you are, if you can get. Are you all right? Don't fall off the step. Don't fall off the step. I know. Jacket, suit, yes. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Now we know what you're going to look like. Look how neat. Look how neat. Boy, y'all are just awesome. Good deal. All right, Ethan. I want you to go back here. We're fixing to dance again. Are you ready? Here we go. Y'all can have a seat, too. Good job, guys. Good job. All right. Mr. Jesse. He wrote a song. Who remembers the song Beat It? Anybody remember that song by Michael Jackson?
I think I do.
Oh, yeah. You know what we forgot to do? Farmit forgot to do something. Jesse's got a surprise for him. And they talked about this too. Are you ready? And then we'll do our song. What we want today. Everybody stand up. We're going to read it. Here's your job, okay? I'm going to hold the microphone out when it's your turn so it can come through the microphone, okay? So you're going to have to say it nice and loud. When I say read it, you're going to say read it. When I say read it, you're going to say read it. Awesome, you got it. Ethan, get your dancing shoes, buddy. Here we go. This is a good one. It's got a good beat to it and everything. Y'all ready? Bend your knees a little bit. Everybody stand straight up. Bend your knees a little bit. Here we go. Oh, he's finding it. It's got to be just right. There it is. You hear it? Here we go.
Laying back and there's nothing to do. I'm thinking really hard, trying to get a clue. But then I realized there's no need to be blue if I read it. Just read it. I thought it over and I have a great plan. I read some Dr. Seuss because he is the man. There's a book on my bed that I know I haven't read, so I read it. Just read it. Getting lazy and I'm running out of time. I need to read a book before I lose my mind. My worries go away and all will be okay if I read it. Just read it.
We can either read that yawn book where we all fall asleep when we read it and we dream, or Jesse can do some sounds on the keyboard. What do you want to do? Jesse, raise your hand for Jesse. Yeah, you won, Jesse. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna sit right here. I don't know what he's gonna do. Let's see. What is that? Anybody know? It's a movie.
It makes me feel like I'm in Jedi.
Almost. What?
It makes me feel like I'm a Jedi.
Makes you feel like a Jedi. What movie, darling? Pirates of the Caribbean. Good job. Good job. What else you got, Jim? Here we go. Only my favorite. That's right. Mamas, this might be for us. Anybody know? Anybody know? What? Snoopy? Sounds a little bit like it. What? Everybody knows Snoopy! Yeah. All right. Now, are you going to do what I think you're going to do? Okay. Mamas, Jesse knows all about music when we were growing up. I'll put it that way. Okay? And he loves Journey, and he loves all of those things. So let me tell you, if you need to holler when he plays this next one, feel free. You ready? Here we go. Okay, what else you want to do? He wants to do sounds. You want to do some sounds? Let's figure out what they are. All right, crisscross episode. Here we go. I hear. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh.
We got our own applause.
It's got its own applause, that's right. I love it. Guys, I thank you so much for being here today. Are we going to sign up for the reading program? You already did? Raise your hand. Awesome. Wonder how many books they've read, Jesse. You want to find out? You want to find out how many books? 10 books. Who's read 10 books? I know it's early, but you never know. Oh, not yet. How about 5 books? Awesome. You're on your way. You're on your way. How much? 3 books. Well, 3 books is 3 books. How about 1 book? How about 20? How many? She's read 40 books. How many? 20. Oh, I'm so proud of you. 1,000. He read 1,000. Give me 5. Awesome. Mama's back here going, All right, guys. I think everybody in this room is a firecracker. Do you want to hear a firecracker pop? Let's see if we can do it. Stand up and let's do it.
it's so incredible. You know, my heart's racing. It's really neat to see them up close.
It's completely different.
Yes. Hi, my name is Jason Green, lead rhino keeper here at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. I have the best job ever, taking care of endangered species and helping to prevent their extinction. Recently, my job led me on an exciting adventure to South Africa in search of white rhinos. Now you might wonder how a keeper here in Tampa can work in saving rhinos. Well, rhino conservation, in fact, the conservation of any species, depends on a lot of people all over the world working together in many different ways. Partnerships and working relationships between zoos and conservation organizations like the World Wildlife Fund and the International Rhino Foundation are the backbone to the fight to help protect the rhino. Working together, we're finding the solution to help protect these species. We've been caring for black rhinos for more than 30 years here at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. And over the years, we've learned an incredible amount about their reproductive physiology, dietary needs, and social behavior. And we've been able to measure our success with 7 healthy rhino calves born here at the park. Not long ago, 2 white rhinos came to Busch Gardens from other zoos in the United States. Since then, we've been learning all we can about the white rhinoceros so we can broaden our ability to help conserve them too. That's what ultimately led to my trip to South Africa, to bring 3 white rhinos here to a new home. But before I tell you about my trip, let me share with you why I think it is so important to save the rhino species. Rhinoceroses are one of the most endangered species in the world today, but it wasn't always that way. If you go way back in time, I'm talking millions and millions of years ago, there were many species of rhinos. In fact, scientists believe that at one time, rhinos were found on most of the world's continents. World Wildlife Fund's chief scientist, Eric Dinnerstein, has studied rhinos for decades.
Rhinos weren't always rare. In fact, rhinos are an example of probably one of the most successful groups of mammals that ever lived on the planet. But what we have today is just a depauperate group that's left. We have 5 species, 2 in Africa and 3 in Asia.
Rhinos were first found in North America, but some of these ancient rhinos migrated to Asia, and scientists believe that all living rhinos in Asia and Africa today are descendants of those animals. Ancient rhinos were small and looked more like the ancestors of horses, but without horns. Somewhere along the line, though, rhinos got much bigger. In fact, the largest known land mammal that ever lived was a member of the rhino family. The Adrenotherium, or giant giraffe rhinoceros, was approximately 28 feet long, stood 18 feet tall at the shoulder, and weighed 33 tons. The word rhinoceros comes from 2 ancient Greek words, rhino meaning nose, and ceros meaning horn. Rhinos are the only animals on the planet that have horns on their noses. All other animals have horns that are on top of their head. That's probably where the myth of the unicorn started, from the ancient one-horned Asian rhino. In more recent times, though, some cultures believe that the rhino horn has special powers, and that's a big problem for the rhino. The very thing that makes this animal so unique is one of the leading causes of its demise.
Rhinos are endangered for several reasons. First and foremost is poaching for their horn. It goes into a number of Chinese traditional medicines. Another threat is the use of rhino horns, particularly the African rhinos, for dagger handles in parts of the Middle East.
It's hard to believe that an animal that was once so abundant is now so scarce, and most of the problems with the African rhino has only happened in the last 30 years. As recently as the 1970s, there were about 65,000 black rhinos in the wild. Today, there are only an estimated 2,700. White rhinos are in a little better shape, but there's only around 10,000 of them. Hey, Tim. Now, I work with both black and white rhinos. Actually, both those names are a little bit deceiving. They're both a light dull gray. Some of the biggest differences between the two are the shape of the lip and also what they eat. The black rhino has what's called a prehensile lip. This lip works like a large finger, and it makes easy work of pulling leaves off trees and bushes, the black rhino's favorite foods. Those food choices makes black rhinos browsers, animals that eat leaves, twigs, and small branches. White rhinos have wide lips, and most likely got their name from an Afrikaans word for wide, that's pronounced vite. A little misunderstanding, and the wide-lipped rhino became the white rhino, and the name stuck. These lips are best suited for eating grasses, so white rhinos are known as, you guessed it, grazers. Rhinos have an outstanding sense of smell. They can smell things hundreds of feet away. Adult rhinos have no natural predators. In fact, all the threats that rhinos face today are caused by humans. It seems only right that we should come to their rescue. Rhino conservation has become a global effort over the years. Conservation organizations like World Wildlife Fund and International Rhino Foundation work side by side with zoos and other interested groups worldwide. The biggest part of these organizations' work is concentrated on conserving wild rhinos in their natural habitats, and they've had a good level of success.
In Kruger National Park in South Africa, we've been involved from the beginning to try to bring back the white rhino populations, and that's been perhaps one of the best success stories of wildlife conservation in Africa. By providing money to help protect the park, stop poaching, provide infrastructure, we're on our way to a major recovery of this species.
South Africa pioneered this model of in situ rhino conservation. In situ means in the wild. The object of this kind of conservation program is to protect a core animal population, in this case rhinos, so overall numbers can increase. Then, some of the rhinos can be moved or translocated into another protected area to start a new group. The ultimate goal is to have at least 10 separate groups of 100 or more living in protected wild habitats. This system works to protect the rhino's genetic diversity, as well as to guard against losing the entire population to disease, famine, or poaching. Animal translocations have proven to be a successful method of conservation in the wild, especially with the white rhino in South Africa. One great byproduct of conserving large animals like the rhino is that many small species are able to survive as well.
There are many other diverse species that occur within the home ranges of these giant mammals, and so they become a very good flagship for us to focus on, because we know a lot more about the biology of some of these large mammals than we do of many of the smaller species, and if we can just capture large enough areas for protection, we'll be able to conserve those as well.
Okay, so back to my trip to Africa. You're probably wondering why I went there when my job is to take care of rhinos here. Well, one way of conserving animals is to learn more about them and provide good habitats and breeding programs here in zoos. Then that information is shared with other zoos, projects in the wild, and our guests here in the park. At Busch Gardens, we encourage people to make a personal connection with animals and learn more about them in their natural habitats. By doing so, we hope they'll be more interested in saving wildlife and more enthusiastic about doing things that can help. The animals here make great ambassadors for their relatives in the wild that are struggling to survive.
I think it's important to have rhinos serve in zoos, serve as good ambassadors for rhinos that live in the wild, and educate people and make them more aware, who ordinarily wouldn't be, of their situation and the plight that they're in, how endangered they are. And that's a very important thing to be doing. And to be more effective at that, we need to have rhinos in a number of different zoos around the country that can portray that message. But to do that, it means we have to have effective breeding populations of rhinos in zoos.
Most people believe that all the animals in zoos are from the wild, and that's just not the case. More than 80% of all the mammals in zoos are bred in zoos, from well-managed programs that help ensure genetic diversity and overall health of the animals. Sometimes, though, animals are brought to zoological facilities from the wild if the populations in the wild are consistently increasing. Sometimes it's done to avoid overcrowding in the limited habitat space available, and sometimes it's done to establish healthy conservation populations in other parts of the world. When wild-bred animals are relocated into zoological facilities, it strengthens and diversifies the existing gene pool of animals in zoos. That allows more breeding, which then allows more zoos around the world to have animals that can help to spread a conservation message. In turn, more animals means more opportunities to learn about them and collect information that will be useful not only to zoos, but to conservation projects in the wild as well. And it also helps to develop large, healthy groups of animals that could, in case a catastrophic event wipes out a wild population, be reintroduced to the wild. Well, that was a long answer of why I went to Africa. Here's the rest. It's short, I promise. Since we only have 2 male white rhinos, we went looking for females that we could bring back to the park to start a breeding program. A bonus would be new bloodlines that would produce genetically different offspring from any other white rhinos in the United States. So we contacted the International Rhino Foundation for help, because they coordinate the placements of white rhinos all over the world, including animals that can be moved from the wild. After a stringent review, the foundation put us together with Kruger National Park in South Africa. At Kruger, their white rhino conservation program has been so successful that they are able to relocate a number of white rhinos each year for conservation purposes. It looked like we had a match. Go ahead. And before long, I was on my way to Africa with Busch Gardens veterinarian Dr. Mike Burton. Now I was going to get to see how field conservation works halfway around the world, and hopefully escort 3 white rhinos back to a new home in Tampa. Our destination in South Africa is Kruger National Park, where preserving the delicate balance of people, wildlife, and habitat is a constant challenge. But it can be done, and Kruger's conservation program is an excellent example of a system that manages all of these pieces well on a daily basis. For over a century, this wildlife refuge has been carefully developed and maintained, and today it's rated one of the world's finest wildlife reserves. And with more than 3,500 white rhinos, it also has the largest population of white rhinos in the world. As soon as we arrive at Kruger, we go to meet Johan Milan and see the rhinos we'll be taking back. Johan is one of the vet techs that works on the capture team, and it's his job to care for the rhinos, make sure they're healthy and prepared for the move.
Welcome in South Africa. I suppose it's your first trip down here.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I think the main thing you're here for is the rhinos. Let's go and have a look at them.
Excellent.
There you go. Do you like it?
The rhinos that are brought here are chosen after a lengthy process. First, park rangers determine if any rhino group is too densely populated. If it is, then they determine which of those rhinos need to be moved. The next step is to decide whether it will be a translocation to another wildlife area or a relocation to a zoological facility. If it's a relocation, then the animals come here to be prepared for the transport. Over a period of months, the rhinos are moved along through a series of enclosures called bomas, where they are gradually acclimated to unfamiliar noises, vehicle traffic, and contact with humans.
So this is the bull.
Yep, this is a bull.
And about how old do you estimate he is?
Mike, he's about, I would say, between 5 and 7, 8 years old.
Okay.
We'll be taking 3 rhinos back to Busch Gardens, 1 male and 2 females. And Johan has been supervising their acclimation through the boma system for the last 8 months. And you start in those back bomas, and then
what happens is
that,
we've got the stronger bomas at the back, where we put them in the first period. There's a sort of a way to do it. We've got a big camp, and then slowly but surely move them to the front after, say, 2 or 3 weeks. And then from there, once we're satisfied that they're doing well, they eat well, they defecate well, the health condition is fine, then we can bring them in here and make them used to the traffic and the people.
Animal health and safety is a #1 priority here, and everything is done to ensure that the animals are adapting well to the changes.
And if they don't seem to be adapting, you just turn back home?
We just take them straight away to where we've captured them. So they know the area, they know where's the water and everything.
The last step in the acclimation process is to move shipping crates into the enclosures with the animals. From this point on, the rhinos are fed in the crates, which makes them become just another non-threatening part of the rhino's environment. It's really amazing to see, you hear wild white rhinos and stuff, and you see this rhino in here just calm as can be, just munching away, almost ignoring us.
Yeah, I think it's also important, the period that they spend in these enclosures now, and also, like, we've had these crates in here for about a month, so they get used to it, they know where their food's coming in, and they know what's going.
It's really interesting for me to see how the boma system works, and how the rhinos have been prepared for the move. It's obvious that the rhino is the important thing in all of this. This isn't just about moving rhinos, it's about making sure that these rhinos are well taken care of, and that the people who get them know something about them that makes the transition easier. It's definitely all about taking care of the rhinos. And from the calm demeanor of the 3 animals that are going to Busch Gardens, the system seems to work really well. Tomorrow, we're going to see white rhinos in the wild.
Morning, Hank.
Good morning. Kruger stretches 350 miles north to south and is home to more different species of wildlife than any other sanctuary in Africa. And all the animals roam freely in the park, as much as possible without the interference of humans. Our guide Hayne is taking us to see the rhinos in the park. Now the main purpose of our trip is to get familiar with the 3 rhinos that we'll be escorting back to Busch Gardens. But we also want to learn more about their behavior in the wild. It's important to me to see how they live in their natural habitat, because I think it will help me do a better job for the rhinos at the park. Kruger National Park is an amazing place, and as we head where Hayne thinks the rhinos will be today, we see all kinds of animals. And then we see evidence of rhinos. Oh, cool, we've got some lip drags that we can look at real quick. Very neat. Yeah, if you look, you can see, you can almost see the width of the white rhino's lip, and they've drug it through the ground, just smelling and tasting. Very neat. Very cool. There's quite a bit of them right through here, this little area. Looks like a cow and a subadult. There's some little bit smaller tracks in the ground. There's even some old lip rugs. Very neat. Let's go find these rhinos. Before we get to the rhinos, though, Hayne has something else that he wants to show us. Oh, cool. There's a little rhino rubbing post over there. Let's take a look at that real quick. I've seen the rhinos at the park turn stumps into scratching posts, but I'm really curious to see one in the wild. Ah, cool. What a great post. Look at this. You can see where they've just rubbed it smooth. This thing is...
leadwood, right?
Yeah, it's like hard as a rock. Insects can't even bore into it. It's so thick.
Hayne said he's seen this here for about 18 years.
Very cool. Okay. All right, let's go find some rhinos. Turns out we were really close. They're in a mud hole right up the road. Oh, cool. We've got 2 white rhino bulls. Look like adults.
So it's pretty common to see them then at this wallow, Hayne, is that right?
Yeah, Mike, they tend to come out here on a hot day, like today, and in the late afternoon they come for a cool down and a bit of a drink, so it's pretty regular for them to be here.
Don't they, for the most part, at least within a day or two, have some pretty average routines and patterns that they may travel?
Yeah, it's because they are territorial. They often follow the same route on a daily or on a 2-day basis, really, where they're probably passing the same spot. And that's when they visit their middens and do their territorial marking and so on.
It's good for us to see rhinos in the wild exhibiting some of the same behaviors as the rhinos at the park. It's a good confirmation that we're doing the right things for them.
So, Hayne, is it common to see 2 bulls together like this?
Yeah, it seems like when they're young like that, they will live in loose association like that, maybe 2 or 3 together.
Yeah, we have 2 young bulls back at the park that are together, and they get along really well, and we're just not sure what to anticipate as they get older, but they're doing really well right now.
Very cool. That's what we've been waiting for. On the way back, Hayne makes one more stop, and we meet another of Kruger's guides.
Mike? Huh?
Robbie, Jason Green.
Nice to meet you.
Great.
All right, that's ready.
We're going trekking?
Yeah.
Awesome. Kruger guide Robbie Brendan is heading out to check on a large male that's supposed to be in the area, and he's letting us come along. We start seeing signs of rhinos not far down the path. Oh, there's a great big midden up here, great. A midden is essentially a rhino latrine or bathroom. Rhinos have a habit of returning over and over to the same location to defecate, which is part of marking their territory. This midden hasn't been visited in a few days, but it still serves its purpose.
What he does is when he defecates here, he kicks around his dung, and obviously that's quite a strong scent beacon. So any other rhino that crosses that path will smell how they're moving into his territory.
Yeah, this is very similar to what the what our bulls will do in the park, and but we use the mitten piles a lot in determining health. You know, because they're such good liars, they don't want to let anybody know that they're sick. So one of the quickest ways to determine the health is through the fecal matter. Now we're really on the lookout for rhino, and we follow Robbie's lead to walk quietly. And then we see him. He's an awesome male, grazing calmly just beyond a small rise. You know, we've seen him from the road, and you know, which is great, but to actually be an anthill distance away from one of these guys is just impressive. It's so incredible. You know, my heart's racing. It's really neat to see him up close.
It's completely different.
Yes. Robbie estimates that this rhino is about 15 years old and likely the one in charge of this territory. We stay watching until the rhino moves on. The walk back to the road is pretty quiet. I just keep thinking about the incredible experience we just had, face to face with one of Kruger's finest rhinos. What a day. Our last day at Kruger starts early because there are several other rhinos to be loaded for transport in addition to our 3. By 6 a.m., people are hustling everywhere, and soon everything is underway. After months of work to prepare the rhinos for the trip, the loading process moves really smoothly. Dr. Burton and I help when we can, but mostly we just take it all in. Since there is a lot of activity and extra people associated with the move, each rhino is darted with a mild sedative that relaxes it and keeps it calm, but won't knock it out. Next, Johan and his crew lure the rhino into the crate with a rice bag on a stick. I'm not sure why a rice bag on a stick works, but it does. And after the rhino is in the crate, the crew puts in the rear bars of the crate to secure the animal inside. Every crate is disinfected several times to keep from transporting any parasites along with the animals. Last, the outer doors of the crate go on, and it's lifted by a crane and set onto the flatbed semi that will transport the rhinos to the airport. I'm really impressed at how quickly and efficiently the rhinos are loaded. By 10 o'clock, we're ready to head for the airport at Johannesburg, and before long, these guys will be in their new home. I can't help but think what a fantastic trip this has been so far. I'm really proud to be part of a conservation effort that's making such a difference for an endangered species. Seeing white rhinos in the wild and being able to bring back rhinos to the park to establish a breeding program there, it's unbelievable. I really feel like I'm part of something that's going to last for a long time, kind of a legacy for the rhinos. After landing in Orlando, we made the short trip to Busch Gardens in Tampa, where we released the rhinos into our temporary quarantine facility. We always quarantine new animals for at least 30 days to protect the health of all the other animals at Busch Gardens, just in case the new animal has an undetected illness or disease that could be spread to the other animals here. Later, the Kruger rhinos will join the other animals on the park's Serengeti Plain, where we can share the story of these incredible animals with millions of guests every year. Going to Africa and coming back with these rhinos was an awesome experience. Getting a chance to see white rhinos in the wild, up close, and learning from the Kruger folks about how they care and handle the animals, I was able to bring back so much information to share with the animal care staff here. Without a doubt, this experience has given me a greater appreciation for my job and the animals that I take care of. Once these new rhinos are settled and comfortable enough to interact with us, we hope to learn more about them like we have with the black rhinos. There's a lot happening for black rhino conservation these days in terms of research and behavioral studies, and we want to be able to expand these studies to include white rhinos too. Knowledge is the key to providing the best care possible for the animals, and the things we've learned can have an impact on wild rhino populations too. The important thing is to find ways to save the rhinos long term. the zoological world, it's long been said that animals will only breed if they're at ease and secure in their surroundings. And that seems like a reasonable deduction, given the vulnerability of newborns. So having a successful breeding program is a good sign that animals are fully comfortable in their surroundings, and a successful breeding program is an important part of wildlife conservation. We've had a very successful black rhino breeding program here at the park. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten to witness one of the births, but we've had 7 born here, all of them healthy babies. Most births have happened during the night, but we do keep a video camera running in the rhinos' night quarters, so at least we get to see it secondhand. And let me tell you, baby rhinos are the cutest things. Besides the obvious benefit of increasing the black rhino population, these births have given us the opportunity to learn an enormous amount about reproductive physiology and the rearing of calves. We've been able to get ultrasound images with the pregnant females. Then we monitor the blood for progesterone levels. Then, watching the mothers with their calves has really taught us a lot about their parenting skills. You'd think that since rhinos have been around for eons, there would be a lot of scientific information about them, but that's just not the case. It probably has to do with their general appearance and defensive behavior more than anything. For years, scientists just never broached the subject. But since there have been such great advances in animal care over the last 20 years in zoos, black rhinos have become more approachable and therefore more easily studied. One of the best benefits of animal care that works hand in hand with animal behavior is that routine health care can be done without anesthesia, and over time, even procedures like drawing blood can become routine. Being able to get regular blood and urine samples without stress to the animal opens up enormous possibilities in learning more about animal physiology for both individual animals and rhinos as a species. Jasper is a perfect example. He's a star performer in a groundbreaking immunology study on black rhinos being managed by the San Diego Zoo. Veterinarian Dr. Ray Ball coordinated sending samples from Busch Gardens, Tampa.
Jasper is essential in this program because he is so well conditioned. He responds extremely well to his keepers and to me and the other veterinarians here on staff, that he allows us to be able to take advantage of that and collect blood and do these projects.
2 other studies have depended on Jasper's cooperation. A program at Busch Gardens aimed at disease prevention, and a Kansas City Zoo project focused on nutritional factors in rhino health. It's all part of the big picture in rhino conservation, and working with other organizations that share the same dedication. Busch Gardens also works with a number of conservation organizations to support field projects around the world. To be successful, work in the field requires a lot of cooperation from a lot of people. World Wildlife Fund and International Rhino Foundation knows what it takes, but putting all the pieces together to save a species is the tricky part.
Clearly, the lessons that we've learned from conservation in the wild is that we need to focus on 4 things. We have to strictly protect the core areas where they live, the national parks where they're found, and stop poaching. If we have effective anti-poaching measures and anti-poaching information networks, we can really control poaching very well. The third thing that we have to do is to provide incentives for locals to want to live next door to rhinos and somehow benefit from their presence. And the final and most important aspect is bold leadership by government officials. If we don't have that, nothing else matters.
Conservation projects in the field can work, but it takes a lot of support to keep them going. So here at the park, we try to make our guests aware of the problems most animals face in the wild and encourage them to support environmental conservation. We're convinced that if we all do a small part and work together, we can ultimately make huge things happen.
I think that the partnership between organizations like Busch Gardens and World Wildlife Fund is critical because there's a large majority of the American public that's just unaware of how rapidly the world is changing around us, because most people don't travel to these remote areas to see the conversion of habitat that's occurring at an alarming rate. And so whether it's educating people about gorillas and the loss of habitat in parts of Africa, or the same thing here in Asia, it's critical that we are able to reach a large audience and make them sensitive to this issue.
Wildlife conservation will only work if people care about preserving the animals and the habitats, so education plays an important role in conservation success. That's the reason that zoological parks dedicate staff and resources to reach their guests with conservation information. Through up-close animal encounters and fun educational programs, zoos hope to increase public awareness and inspire a love for wildlife and a desire to help. Saving threatened and endangered species, and in the bigger picture, all wildlife, is a huge job, and it takes a lot of work and cooperation from a lot of different people. It also takes continued support from everyone who wants to see wildlife and wild places around for future generations. By working together, we can make a difference. To me, every species is important. But for many endangered and threatened species, time is running out. If we don't take steps to protect them now, they may vanish from the planet forever. And as far as I'm concerned, we just can't let that happen. Well, I gotta get back to work. These guys are counting on me. Bye. Your senses rule your waking life. Think about it. We rely on our 5 senses to help us get us through each day. From our sight, hearing, and taste.
To smell and touch. Without our 5 senses, we would have a pretty tough time maneuvering through our world. Hi, I'm Jennifer Pulley.
And I'm Johnny Alonso. On this episode of NASA 360, we're going to be exploring some of the 5 senses and how NASA's using them to better understand our world and the space environment.
And we'll find out how testing cutting-edge materials can help protect our astronauts, and maybe us down here on Earth as well. But first, let's see if the nose knows how to keep astronauts safe while they're in space.
About 2,300 years ago, Aristotle first classified the traditional 5 senses: sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell. Today, we recognize that there are at least 6 other senses, including pain, balance, direction, just to name a few. But definitely, one of the key senses that we as humans possess is the sense of smell.
You know, the sense of smell is a tricky thing. If you're smelling something great like a good meal or the fragrance of a favorite person, then smelling is all good. But what if you get hit with the smell of a skunk or a pile of rotting garbage? Not too fun, right?
But back here on Earth, all you gotta do is roll down the window or hold your breath to try to get away from it. But in space, no such luck. If something smells bad within the spacecraft, it can actually endanger the mission, and at worst, endanger the lives of our astronauts.
Think this is far-fetched? Well, the Russian Space Agency actually had to abort a mission in the 1970s because of an unusual odor. So how does NASA prevent bad odors from endangering a mission?
Believe it or not, they do it with human smell testers. That's why I'm out here in New Mexico at White Sand Test Facilities to talk with my buddy George Aldrich, who works as an official NASA smell tester. George, what's going on?
Hey, Johnny, welcome.
Good to see you.
Good seeing you.
Seriously, official smell tester.
Official smell tester. I'm NASA's super sniffer.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Tell me about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What we do here in this little lab is we do toxicity and odor testing of all the materials that go inside the capsule of the astronauts.
Okay.
We want to make sure that we don't put anything in there that's toxic, and we also don't want to put anything in the capsule that's going to be obnoxious odor-wise.
All right, so in this computer age, why don't we just use computers? Or I know that dogs have a great sense of smell. Why don't you just use dogs?
Well, first of all, astronauts are humans, and so we want to use that human connection. You know, dogs smell 10, 100 times better than we do, and so that wouldn't be valid. We do have electronic noses. In fact, they have electronic noses on the space station, but it's for a continuous monitoring type thing. So astronauts sleep, and actually our sense of smell doesn't work when we're asleep. So they have electronic noses to monitor the capsule.
Where do you do all this stuff? Is it right here, or?
We have a lab. I mean, we're in the lab now that we have to do the toxicity as a preliminary. The way we do that is we put material into a sealed container.
Right.
We put clean air in it. We heat it to 120 degrees Fahrenheit for 72 hours. Then we bring it out, we cool it off. We actually inject the gases into gas chromatographs with different detectors. We can actually identify and quantify all the chemical compounds that come off that material. We put that into what I call NASA's magical formula. And if it's not toxic, then a lot of times we want to do an odor test. And so once we determine it's not toxic, then we subject it to our human guinea pig panel that NASA has here at White Sands Test Facilities.
Really?
Yes, and we're volunteers, we're employees here, and we actually have to certify our nose every 4 months.
How do you physically test the smell? I mean, you just put it in the can, kind of like inhale, or?
Let's go in the lab and I'll show you.
Good, that'd be great, let's go, let's go,
Okay.
after you. So this is the lab?
This is the lab, this is where we do our odor testing.
Sure.
This is actually where we certify our nose.
Science says I can get rid of the safety goggles, or what?
Yeah, so we go ahead and get rid of the
Cool.
safety glasses. Yeah.
Tell me about this place, what are we doing?
We actually have to certify our nose. These are the 10 bottles that I was talking about.
Right.
And we've actually added chemicals to 7 of those to give the 7 primary odors, which are musky, minty, floral, ethereal, camphoraceous, pungent, and putrid.
Okay.
And the other 3 are blank. So every 4 months we have to sit down, smell these 10 bottles, identify the 7 odors and which 3 are blank. You want to try it?
Yeah, I'll be a guinea pig, let's do this.
Okay.
What is this? What's that stuff called? Camphophenique?
Exactly, it's a camphor smell.
Hey, I got one right. Check that out, man. Let's get another.
Okay.
Try this.
Try that one.
Like peppermint?
Peppermint.
Yeah.
Minty.
Yeah, I'm rocking out here. Let's do one more.
I gave it away again.
You did? That's like floral. What are you talking about? He's lying to me. This guy's lying to me.
So, I mean, this is what people have to do. I mean, they actually...
Every 4 months, we have to sit down and smell these bottles.
Really?
Pass this test, be on the odor panel. If we don't pass this test, we can't be on the odor panel.
So, is everything in space, I mean, tested?
That goes inside the capsule?
Yeah.
Almost everything has to go through a toxicity test. There are a few exceptions. And a lot of those materials are actually odor tested also.
They are.
We're building a new craft CEV, crew exploration vehicle.
Right.
And Orion. A lot of the requirement for it is not going to be that heavy on the odor, but it will have to do toxicity testing. We're doing toxicity testing of all new materials that's going to go inside Orion right now.
So, I mean, you're learning a lot of these things up in space.
Right.
I mean, how is that going to be applied to stuff down here on Earth?
Beneficial to us here on Earth?
Yeah.
I believe that, you know, the material testing that we do here is benefiting Earth because of the fact that we're testing new materials. We're seeing what they're off-gassing, and I believe that the manufacturers are changing their formulas on a lot of these materials to make sure that they're not going to be toxic to, you know, your kids or your family and that type of stuff.
George, thanks so much for your time, man.
Appreciate it.
It was a lot of fun,
yeah,
seriously.
I had a good time.
And definitely keep number 5 locked down. That one really
You can take that one with you.
No, but I'll take the glasses, though.
Take the glasses.
I'm notorious for taking things.
Those are cool.
All right, man, thanks a lot, man.
Yeah.
Right on. So with NASA's help, we're learning a lot more about how to make new products less harmful to humans. Hey, stick around. You're watching NASA 360.
You know, more and more these days, really cool technology is aiding us in our lives. And one of the coolest is voice recognition software.
Say a command.
Call Johnny Alonzo.
Calling Johnny.
Right? You say your name into your phone calls that person. Now, while that technology is advancing pretty quickly, a researcher at NASA is already working on the next generation vocal technology. It's going to allow us to give commands without even speaking. Dr. Chuck Jorgensen is working on something called subvocal speech applications that may make it much easier to relay commands or have conversations in space, while also helping accident victims or those with physical impairments back here on Earth. Here's how it works. Basically, when any of us speak, nerve impulses are sent from our brain to our vocal cords and tongue, and voila, words come out. But even if you're just talking to yourself and no one is actually hearing the words come out, nerve impulses are still being sent to your vocal cords. So what Dr. Jorgensen is doing is attaching small button-sized sensors to the throat to pick up those nerve impulses. These sensors recognize the words subvocally, so even if no one hears a word or even sees your mouth moving, a command can be sent. So in the example of an astronaut, if a command needs to be sent to, say, a rover, the astronaut can control the vehicle remotely without having to touch any instruments or give any vocal commands. Of course, there are obvious advantages to utilizing this type of device here on Earth as well. For example, it could be used to enhance medical equipment for injured or disabled persons. And it could help people in their jobs where they can't speak out loud due to physical conditions or locations, such as air traffic controllers, underwater divers, or military personnel. All in all, I would say this is a pretty cool technology, wouldn't you, Johnny?
Totally, Jen. All right, let's switch gears and check out another cool facility here at White Sands that is helping us make our astronaut crews even safer. Come on, let's roll. Now, since the late 1950s, when we started sending rockets and satellites into space, the area known as low Earth orbit has become pretty cluttered. There are millions of man-made objects and naturally occurring micrometeoroids that are swirling high right above our heads. One of the main challenges NASA faces is to be sure structures, vehicles, and spacesuits are safe. But how do you test them to withstand the impact from these small particles? Well, check this out. There's this really cool facility here at White Sands that does just that. Let's head inside and meet my friend Karen Rodriguez, who will show us how NASA tests hypervelocity impacts.
Karen, hey, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you doing?
Good to see you. Wow, this place is something else. Tell me, what's going on here?
Well, what we've got here is our remote hypervelocity test laboratory.
Okay.
And what we do is we utilize two-stage light gas gun to simulate micrometeoroid and orbital debris.
So why do you do hypervelocity testing?
Well, there's over 100,000 metric tons of debris in space. And this debris is traveling in various orbits around the Earth.
Okay.
And so we have, of course, the International Space Station in space, and we have the astronauts going up in the shuttle. And so we want to protect the astronauts, the International Space Station, from this debris. This is NASA's #1 risk, and we want to make sure that the astronauts are safe and that they can come home safely to their families.
Of course. So how do you decide what to test?
Well, it's a real interesting question.
Yeah.
Actually, what we do is we work very closely with Johnson Space Center and a group over there called the Hypervelocity Impact Technology Facility. What they'll do is they'll perform an assessment of the shuttle after it has gone into orbit. And when it comes back, they'll look at the size of the debris for the impacts that were created. They'll take that information and look at their existing models and then determine what size of projectiles we need to shoot. Now, we shoot spherical projectiles, but not all debris in space is spherical. But for modeling reasons, it's actually easiest to model spherical projectiles. Now, what they'll do is they'll look at different densities of the materials that are actually in space. So not just micrometeoroids, but of various explosions, impacts, anything that may have occurred in the past that has generated new debris. They'll look at what type of material that is and then choose another material of similar density and choose that material for an impact.
Do you have any examples around here?
Actually,
You do?
we do.
Hey.
Thank you.
What do you got?
So what we've got is a nylon projectile and an aluminum projectile. Now these are just two different sizes, but there's actually a variety of materials that we can test.
Okay.
Aluminum, stainless, glass, anything. So pretty much any projectile that is 1 inch and smaller we can test. So what we have in here is 50 micron projectiles. Now you can kind of see the dust down there in the bottom, but it's really tiny.
Right.
And we can shoot one of these as a single projectile all by itself.
So here's my question. I mean, why would you want to test something that small? I mean, how can that hurt somebody in space?
Well, the reason we want to test projectiles these small is because there's a lot more of smaller projectiles in space.
But how can that hurt an astronaut?
Well, you've got a more abundant amount of these small projectiles. And because you can't track it, if it impacts the astronaut spacesuit or even a shuttle glass window, the damage varies, and so that's why we do a variety of testing. There's a paint fleck that once impacted the window on the shuttle and it created some damage to it, and then the question being, of course, you've got a vacuum in space, and how does that compromise the material properties of that piece of glass once it's been impacted?
Oh, wow. So Karen, it's really hard for me to understand these speeds, and can you give me an example?
Well, if you can imagine traveling from the East Coast to the West Coast in approximately 10 minutes.
Yep.
That's how fast debris is traveling up there. So it's not just the astronauts that we're wanting to keep safe. You've got your satellites up there that are for your television and for your cell phones. And so who knows what'll happen if those satellites are impacted.
Wow. So this is an actual gun then, right?
Yes.
Yeah, tell us how it works.
All right. This is our 17 caliber launch range.
Right.
We've got our end cap, and this is where the gunpowder is loaded.
Sure.
Now inside here we have a piston. This is an example of what one of the pistons look like.
Okay.
Now the piston is inserted into the pump tube section of the gun.
Gotcha.
Have a vacuum, and then we fill it with hydrogen. Gunpowder burns, accelerates that piston forward, compressing the hydrogen gas. This is our high pressure coupling. Now what we have in here is a tapered section.
So the projectile is here, right? And the gunpowder is all the way down there, right?
Right.
Why?
Okay. This is a two-stage light gas gun.
Okay.
If you have a single-stage gun,
Right.
conventional methods won't allow you to get to the velocities that you need to achieve to simulate hypervelocity debris.
Okay.
So we have this section of the gun because we need the two stages in order to compress the gas in order to accelerate the projectile to a high enough velocity to simulate that micrometeoroid and orbital debris. So the pump tube has compressed that hydrogen gas into this section. We have a pedal valve which then ruptures and allows the high pressure gas to accelerate the launch package forward. So this is our barrel,
Right.
and it has a .17 ID diameter bore, thus a 17 caliber gun. Inside here we have the launch package. The launch package is then accelerated forward from that compressed hydrogen gas
Right.
into our flight range. Once the launch package gets into this section, the projectile then enters free flight. And so we capture the velocity as the projectile breaks the beams of the laser station. The projectile continues down into the target chamber where we have our test article fixed.
Right.
And then we get a nice impact, we collect the images, and when the test is done, we pull it out, got a beautiful target.
Let's go take a look.
All right.
Come on.
All right, so what's going on now is Paul's opening up the target chamber.
Right.
The test is just finished, and
Sure.
he's getting ready to pull the test article out.
Okay.
Now, see how he took that out right through the crosshairs?
Yeah.
Isn't that great?
Totally dead center.
So this is the test fixture
Gotcha.
that they use to mount the test article. And if you look down inside the tank, you can see the barrel is coming through. We've got our flight range,
Right.
and it's coming through, and that's the direction the projectile travels, and it would come through and impact the test article. We have our high-speed imaging systems, which are capable of 200 million frames per second.
Wow.
So what happens is we have the cameras right over here. They shoot across the target chamber, and they capture the projectile in flight prior to impact.
Karen, thank you so much for having us.
All right, Johnny, thank you for coming out. I'm glad to have NASA 360 joining us out at White Sands Test Facility, and hope to see you soon.
You definitely will. Thanks.
All right, so what happens if a spacecraft actually does get hit by a piece of debris? It will be hard for the crew to get out and fix it. So what if the spacecraft could actually heal itself? I know that spacecraft healing itself sounds a bit far-fetched, but in reality, researchers here at NASA are developing self-healing materials that are going to be beneficial to astronauts and to those of us who aren't. It is so hard to imagine. These unbelievable new materials being developed at NASA, when you puncture them, they seal up. They basically heal themselves. It's crazy. Think about it. If you were lucky enough to be an astronaut living in a space habitat, you would want to keep the oxygen safely inside, right? Without a self-healing material, a strike by a micrometeoroid or other object could mean the end of a mission. So how can self-healing structures help us here on Earth? Well, it could be used for a variety of applications, from protecting fuel tanks on aircraft to strengthening windshields. This revolutionary technology really has unlimited uses. I spoke with my friend Dr. Mia Siochi at NASA Langley to find out more.
Self-healing material that we're working on is a polymer. Essentially, it's a plastic. And what we're trying to do is design it so that it's got the right properties so that when you shoot at it or something goes through it, the temperature actually goes up so that the material flows a little bit. So after the projectile punctures it, you actually have the material sealing back up in the back. And it's a good enough seal so that you can actually retain liquid in there, for example, or air.
This is, I mean, it's amazing. I don't understand. How'd you come up with this idea? How does this happen?
Actually, you know, this was a material that's been around for a while. It's a commercial material that people are using for golf ball covers. And somebody discovered that they're also using it in shooting range for target. Basically, it's a reusable target. Is there something that we can use this for space applications? Now, it's an interesting material for us because we can think of a self-healing system where we do not have to go back and repair it. If you have a material that will close back by itself, then you can think of it as another way of having more durable materials out in space. Now, why are we interested in this? Because, you know, if they already have a material that they're using out there for shooting range, the properties of a material that can survive in space are different from what they need to withstand, say, out in the sun over here. And so we are trying to design a material where it can meet the requirements for differences in temperatures and radiation resistance out in space.
You mentioned bullets earlier, penetrating through this polymer, the self-healing material. Show me what you have here. This is amazing. I mean, this could save lives.
Yes, it can. So this is a polymer sample that we have shot. It's marked here 22 caliber, 35, and 45. So let me show you an example of what a 22 caliber bullet looks like. It's like this, and so it had penetrated through here and came out the other side, and so you can hardly see where it went in. Oh my gosh. And this is a 45 caliber, and so it penetrated, and that's the hole. And it's a bigger diameter bullet, but still heals back up.
So it's a real seal? I mean,
Absolutely.
It's almost back to originally how it was.
Yes, it's almost back to originally what it was as far as the mechanical properties, but the seal is perfect.
Okay, so I understand the penetration here. What if you cut or somehow tear apart this polymer, this self-healing material? Does it go back together?
Well, it depends on the conditions that you use that in. For example, we have done it so that when you cut through the sample, it warms it enough so that it seals back behind itself, so that when you pull on it, it actually is together. Now, granted, that seal is probably not perfect. You won't get the original properties. However, if you have to use it just to not have catastrophic failure, you can at least get there.
So, Mia, practically, if I was an astronaut in space, self-healing materials are going to keep me safe. How?
Absolutely. For example, if we use this material in the habitat, then if the habitat gets punctured, rather than deflating, losing all the pressure in it, it can seal back up and retain pressure in it so you can have a livable environment in there. Even farther out, if you can have this kind of material in an astronaut suit and they're working outside, then it'll protect them from the life support systems that are already incorporated in the astronaut suits.
So, obviously beneficial to astronauts in space. What do you foresee as benefits to us here on Earth?
One thing that we've thought of is car windshields, for example. You know how you sometimes are going down the highway and you get pebble hitting your car and it causes a crack in the windshield and you have to replace it. In this case, we're hoping perhaps that if that happens, then the glass behind it actually seals, so you don't have to replace your window. Saves you money, have a more durable windshield, and it's safer for you. There are other things like wire insulation. The insulation chaves, and then you have it cracking, and then you have arcing, right? Okay, and so that's unsafe wiring. And if we can use this type of material, then you can have a more durable wiring in various applications that will last longer.
Mia, I am amazed at this technology. Thank you for sharing it with us.
You're most welcome. My pleasure.
And just remember, if you look around you every day, you're going to find technology, inventions, devices that originally came from NASA. Trust me on this one. More of those inventions are yet to come. That's it for now. For Johnny Alonso, I'm Jennifer Pulley. Catch you next time on NASA 360.
Think about it.
Just remember, if you look long enough and hard enough all around you in your everyday life, I mean, you're bound to find inventions. Now it's me again. Sorry.
But one of the key senses that we... Two? Okay, got it. Today we recognize that there are at least 6 other senses, including pain, balance, and direction, just to name a few. But definitely, one of the main...
From smell... Nope. To touch and smell. Call Johnny Alonso.
Contact. Please choose.
It's not working.
Totally, Jen. All right, let's switch gears and check out another cool facility here at White Plains. That's right? White Plains, New York. White Plains, does it look like White Plains, New York to you? Right now there are millions of objects. Man-made objects, almost, yeah.
Blooper. I love when the researchers have bloopers.
How are you?
Good.
Good, good. Good. Tell me, so what do you do here? First of all, wait, official, do it again. Since the late 1950s, when we started sending satellites and rockets into space. So,
calling this meeting to order of the library board meeting, and we have a quorum. And can I get anyone to approve the minutes from September the 2nd to 2022 meeting?
I'll approve.
And a second?
A second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. And our order of business is to welcome our newest member, Miss Carissa Bitton. We also have outgoing members, Megan Honeycutt, our chairman, myself, vice chairman, and Gary Sutton to my left.
At this time, if I may,
yes.
First of all, I'd like to say, Carissa, we are so happy to have you with us. It's exciting to have a media specialist on our board, and I know that you're going to bring some good things with you, so welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
And second, appreciation to our outgoing members. As many of you know, there are term limits because of the state library. We have term members that you have to go by. So after so many years, you have to go off, stay off a term, and then you can apply to come back on. Well, we have two here with us tonight that I would like to recognize. So Ms. Bridget Cole, would you please stand? And Bridget, we have just a small certificate of appreciation to you. It's awarded to Bridget Cole in recognition of the valuable contributions made to the LaVergne Public Library Board. This is respectfully presented to you today by myself, Dawn M. Bebout. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I think it's been 6 years?
6 years.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
So Ms. Cole has been on the board 6 years.
I think.
Awesome.
All right. Gary, would you please stand? Gary, like Bridget, is an awesome patron of the LaVergne Public Library. He has served how many years, Gary?
8, maybe? I don't know.
He was on here before me.
Yeah.
Okay, and we appreciate it very much. So this certificate of appreciation is awarded to Gary Frazier in recognition of the valuable contributions made to the LaVergne Public Library, and it's presented this day to you.
All right.
Thank
Awesome.
you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Y'all all have to serve 8 years too.
So let's give them a round of applause because we do appreciate all that they have done. Bridget has been a force to be reckoned with to push our children to read, read, read. Every board meeting, she has encouraged the parents to read with those children or have the children read to them at least 20 minutes a night. And that is wonderful. And she also has pushed to check out books at the LaVergne Public Library. So it's appreciated all that you all have done. And we do hope that you would consider in the future to applying back with us.
Yes. Our November special events, did you participate at the Rock Springs Middle School Family Learning Night?
Yes, we did.
And you want to tell us about those other events as well?
Sure. Well, the Rock Springs Middle School Family Learning Night, this was their first one that they want to have annual. They did a magnificent job. We were sitting across from the Smyrna Public Library, and one of the teachers said, "Uh-oh, rivals." And I said, "No, we are partners. We are partners in pushing those children to read and encouraging getting a library card." So we had a good time going back and forth. They had a lot of families there. They had a lot of great different stations for them to go there. And their Impact Club did a great job of helping people, show them where to go, handing out certificates, taking up some of their clipboard, what was it? Where they had to color where they got a prize. Okay. And they had a great time. So it was a good night. The second one that we have on this list is the LaVergne City Employee Veterans were honored by the city at the LaVergne Public Library. And we really appreciate the city using our meeting rooms. It has been an honor to help them honor our veterans and to have the different meetings that are held there. I believe they have I'm going to be wrong if I say it. I want to say 80 veterans employed, but it's probably a little bit more. So that was a good day.
Yeah.
VITA, and that's the Volunteer Income Tax Assistants, had their open house for 2023 VITA volunteers at the library on November the 10th. I think they had several new volunteers come in, and Debbie Curtis told them what to expect for the coming year, and they were very excited. And that's one thing sometimes VITA lacks, is having enough volunteers to manage the number of families that do come in for tax assistance. So I thought Debbie did a great job preparing this open house.
Will you tell us about November closures?
Sure. We were closed Veterans Day, Friday, November the 11th. This is a new holiday for the city employees, and it was very much appreciated. My husband, who is a Navy veteran, we were able to attend our grandson's Veterans Day service at St. Rose School, and then we were able to leave there and hurry down, and we were here at LaVergne. So we had two great ceremonies we were able to attend. The Thanksgiving holidays, we will be closed Thursday, November 24th through Saturday, November 26th. And of course, we are closed on Sunday, and then we'll start back with regular hours the following Monday.
December special events, the favorite time of the year.
Absolutely. So the first one we want to talk about is the Winter Festival and the Parade of Lights. And if you will see your attached folder, Kathy did a great job giving us a wonderful paragraph of what it entails. The Winter Festival is December the 3rd from 3 to 8. It will be at Veterans Memorial Park. The Parade of Lights, and I have heard that Santa and Mrs. will be there this year and will be riding the fire truck. So the Parade of Lights will start at 5 o'clock here at City Hall and then go the parade route to Veterans Memorial Park. Before the parade, Santa and Mrs. will be at the Veterans Park taking pictures for about an hour, and then they will be there afterwards for photos. So please pass the word around. This is a great, great time. Okay. Also, story time with Mrs. Claus and a visit with Santa Claus is going to happen, wow, at the library. It looks like the person who made this agenda did not put the library down where it was going to be. So, at the library on, and I didn't even put the date, Mercy. Hold tight. This is why I bring my life with me. Aha. Saturday, December 17th will be story time with Mrs. Claus beginning at 1, and I almost said 1 a.m., but it's 1 p.m., and then Santa will arrive at 1:30 in the gallery to have photos made. The story time, the last time Mrs. Claus tried to do a story time, the electricity went out. So we are sure hoping that Mrs. Claus can get through this story time on December 17th with no problems at all.
And then if you'll tell us about our December closures for the library.
Yes. So in December, we will be closed for staff holidays, December 23rd through December 26th. And then we will be closed to the public for inventory December 27th through the 31st. And then we will be closed for staff holiday January the 2nd. And we will resume our regular hours on Tuesday, January 3rd, 2023.
And then our library board schedule for 2023 is January the 9th, 2023, March the 13th, 2023, May the 8th, 2023, July the 10th, 2023, September 11th, 2023, and then November the 13th, 2023. Can't believe it. We're setting the schedule for next year.
I know. It sounds funny to read.
Our next library board meeting will be Monday, January the 9th, 2023, and I'll open it up for comments Ms. Benton, if you'd like to start us.
I am just so happy to be here and am happy to be of service to whatever the library would need. So, well, thank you for having me.
It's just, it's always awesome to hear everything that the library does and how it's a key to our community here, and how wonderful it is that the kids can come to a place that's safe and it's wonderful. So I always love the library and the staff there. Y'all have been awesome.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Linda.
I'm looking forward to festival this year. It was fun last year, and you and Don did a great job. Wonderful. I'm sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Claus did a wonderful job last year.
What we do is we help them, you know, those big coats are so hard to get on.
Yes.
So Don and I are helpers to
Yes,
Santa and
you are
Mrs.
Santa's helpers,
Mhm.
yes. And I hope this year is bigger and better than last year. I know it will be.
Absolutely.
Weather permitting.
Well, 8 years, wow.
Yeah.
It's been quite an adventure. I've enjoyed every minute of it, really I have. And Donna, you guys do a fantastic job over there, and it was just, I hope I was able to contribute in some way.
Yes, you were.
You know, I believe that, you know, literacy is just of the utmost importance in just getting kids to read, and it's just so important, and this is such a vital facility for everyone here in this community. I wish more people would take advantage of it, but we're getting there.
Absolutely.
So, and we've seen a lot happen in 8 years. I mean, we had a little flood, we had roof repairs, and a plague, and all kinds of things. So we got through it, and it's all a credit to you and the members of this board, and you guys are in for an adventure of your own. So
Absolutely.
best going forward.
Thank you.
I just want to say that this library is essential to our community. It provides access to information and resources, supports literacy and education, promotes lifelong learning, and serves as just a community gathering place. So it's been an honor to serve on this board and spend 6 years doing this. For anybody who's watching this, we're going to leave some empty seats here, and we need you to apply to be on this board. It's every other month. It's about a 30-minute to an hour commitment. So if you love our library as much as we do, please apply. And again, read at least 20 minutes a night to those babies. And go see our librarians get new books. And with that, library board is adjourned.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University. Looking for a scholarship? Apply to MTSU by December 1st, and if you meet the criteria, you could qualify for a guaranteed academic scholarship. Tony Strode from our undergraduate recruiting office gives us all the details. Dr. Sam Zaza of the Jones College of Business is a leader, not only in information technology, but the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion in helping Nashville fill its tech jobs. She shares her insights and ideas. And remember this major at MTSU, Child Development and Family Studies. Dr. Rebecca Oldham talks to us about how it's a great fit for students interested in what individuals and families need to find for wellness across the life space. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Looking for a scholarship? Well, you need to apply to MTSU by December 1st. If you're an incoming freshman and you meet our criteria, you may qualify for a guaranteed academic scholarship. Tony Strode from our undergraduate recruiting office gives us all the details. Tony, welcome back to the show.
Hey, thank you for having me, Andrew.
You know, when it gets to this time of year, all we say is December 1 deadline, December 1 deadline. It's on billboards, it's on our website, December 1 deadline. So why is December 1 so important to an incoming freshman at MTSU?
Yeah. So that date's very important if you want a guaranteed scholarship. And we all know that we have so many great qualified students who are applying to MTSU. So we want to make sure that they apply by December 1st so we can get their application processed, get them admitted, and then we can award them a scholarship. Our scholarship deadline's December 1st. We have so many awesome scholarships for students. All they have to do is apply, send in their transcript, their ACT scores, and once we get that and we can admit them and evaluate, make sure they meet the scholarship requirements, then they will be guaranteed and awarded a scholarship.
Now, you can apply to MTSU and be admitted beyond December 1st.
Absolutely.
And when we talk about a guaranteed academic scholarship, that's different than me just applying for a scholarship and I write an essay and all these things. It's a whole different kind of critter. What does a guarantee mean?
Yeah, so if you meet any one of those scholarship thresholds with the ACT and the GPA, you're going to get that scholarship.
Period. Automatic.
There's no extra application, there's no scholarship essay, anything like that. You just have to apply, send in your transcript, your ACT scores. Once we get that and we evaluate it and see that you meet the requirements, you'll be awarded that scholarship.
There's a whole range of these scholarships, and I want to talk them through a little bit, but we're really excited about the new enhancement of the True Blue Scholarship.
Yes.
And it's because it begins at an ACT score of 22.
Absolutely.
That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, it's the most money awarded to a student with the 22 to a 24 on the ACT, combined with that 3.5 GPA, gets them $3,500 a year.
That's $14,000.
That's $14,000 for 4 years, which is awesome. I mean, that's pretty much taking care of, maybe most of your tuition, depending on how many classes you're taking and things like that. And the great thing about that is that it's stackable too. So if you qualify for the Hope Scholarship, which if you're a Tennessee resident and you have that 22 or higher, you're going to get that
You've
Hope
got it,
Scholarship.
right.
Absolutely. So you're stacking that on top of any federal money that you're getting, any outside scholarships that you may receive as well. You can stack that True Blue Scholarship on top of that too. You may even get some money back at the end of the year.
It really is amazing, and it's the largest of its kind in the state. We're really proud of that. I love the fact that we're making these scholarships accessible to these great students in the 22 to 24 band. I also love the fact, like you mentioned, the Hope, the state recently expanded the benefit on the Hope. So combined with that, you talked about that plus the Hope. Yeah. It is almost tuition free. It's very, very close to it, right?
Very close. And every student is different depending on how much money you're receiving in scholarship. And that's just, the starting band. So if you get higher on the ACT and still that 3.5 GPA, you'll get more money in a guaranteed scholarship.
You are all about segues. That's good. So okay, the presidential scholarship, what is that?
So that one is $4,500, and that same as the previously True Blue, you'll get that over all 4 years. And once again, stack it with the Hope Scholarship, with any Pell Grant, with any outside scholarships as well. All that combined together. And that one is an ACT band of a 25 to a 29.
And for sure, that benefit plus the Hope really does cover your tuition costs.
Absolutely, that
And
will
that's
cover your tuition.
just a fantastic thing. Then 30 and up, we've got the trustee scholarship.
Yes, sir. And that one is $5,000 a year.
And for those students in the trustee scholarship band that are at the very high end of the ACT, we've got another bonus for you.
Absolutely. We're really excited about this one too. This is our new Centennial Scholarship. So from a 34 to a 36 on the ACT, that's giving you a total of $8,000 per year. So that definitely is taking care of your tuition.
It really is. It really is.
Just with that scholarship. And as we said, with the Hope Scholarship, anything else that you get, I mean, you're off to the races with that amount of money that you're getting.
So many people don't do the math on this because you're right, because they're stackable. There's also other scholarships you can get from private sources, foundations, and things like that. But stacking on top of all that, suddenly you've got enough that covers your tuition. Then you can start chipping into like room and board.
Yeah.
And then you start chipping into money in your pocket after the semester is over.
Absolutely.
I know several great students who have managed their scholarship budgets such that when they leave with money in their pocket to go into the real world.
Absolutely.
And I don't think enough people talk about that.
No, I mean, I don't think they do either. And then just being able to graduate debt-free.
Right.
I know here at MTSU, we already have students graduating with very low debt, but even just getting out of, your bachelor's degree with no debt and actually making money, being paid to go to college, I mean, you can't get any better than that here.
Tony, there's so many scenarios where you can go to MTSU for tuition free. Where can I find out about this?
Yeah, so if you just go to our website, mtsu.edu/mtfree, it will take you to that webpage, and you'll see so many different, like you said, scenarios where students can qualify to be tuition free. And then you'll see how you can actually get money back.
Well, Tony, you and your team do a fantastic job of welcoming these students to campus, the outreach throughout the state of Tennessee, and plus Alabama, Kentucky, Georgia. I mean, we are just all over.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's just a few. We're national. We get applications from all over the country and international too. So we're excited about it.
Tony, thanks for all you do.
Yeah, thank you.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
So many men and women that have served that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Dr. Sam Zaza of the Jones College of Business is a leader, not only in information technology, but also the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion in helping Nashville fill its tech jobs. She joins us to share her ideas and insights. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it.
You know, we bump into each other, it seems like all the time on campus.
We do.
I mean, there you are, here you are, and it's great to have you come to the studio because I really wanted to talk to you about your work in IT, how you're really trying to expand the pool of qualified candidates in IT, recognizing the great opportunities in the Nashville area, but you've also got some great stories about your journey here, so let's get started. So let's talk about first, you know, Nashville is a tech center and the opportunities and challenges that they face as a result of that and how your expertise is helping guide some of those conversations.
Of course. So Nashville is booming. Everybody want to come to Nashville. But there is one issue that you hear a lot from organizations and companies, that they're not able to find IT talent. Mm-hmm. So to counter that, I feel we need to prepare the workforce early on, starting from our students. One part of that is to provide study abroad programs for them, to expose them to that international aspect, to see other perspective, other subjects, other point of view. And actually, we did one of that. We internationalized a course where we did a joint course with a university in Brazil, and then we did a joint project, me and my colleague. Actually, it was his course. So we did a joint project with them where our students will do the same project with Brazilian students. And then at the end of that course, we elected 4 students to go actually to Brazil to meet their counterparts. And then we did a paper about what we did, the internationalization, and we presented at a conference.
Such a great priority at our university about study abroad and international opportunities. Dr. Robert Summers, who I know is one of your colleagues, our Vice Provost for International Affairs, such an advocate for those things. Why is it important, in your perspective, from the IT perspective, for internationalization? How does that help prepare a better prepared candidate?
I think it is important because for over the last 40 years or 45 years, all the research indicated that there is an IT shortage. Mm-hmm. So for 40 years till now, we were not able to solve this. Mm-hmm. A ton of research has been done. But nowadays, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, is a big thing for employees, specifically for IT professionals. They want to be hired, yes, but also they want to be included in the culture of the organization. Right. So one thing that I advise organizations and companies is to have their environment as inclusive as possible. There are a lot of remedies to create such environment, but this is one way of really attracting IT talent. Mm-hmm. We, as higher education institutions, we are doing our part of trying to internationalize our courses, to expose our students to that aspect, to tell them that, hey, listen, there are other people who are also in the same domain. So having that exposure to other people will help them build that skill to really be cognizant of other people, other culture, other beliefs, and all of that. So this is key, actually, because if you look now, employees before COVID are different than the people after COVID. COVID changed people. Employees and IT professionals are thinking about their priorities. Yes, they want a good pay, they want a job, but they want quality of life too. Mm-hmm. And inclusion and diversity and equity actually help. While diversity is something that you can see and you can easily report it, inclusion is invisible. Mm. So unless you make dedicated practices and policies and intentional practices to make the perception of inclusion at your company visible and understood and well communicated among employees, it's going to be hard for organizations to really retain, not just hire, to retain the IT talent that they have.
We talked off camera briefly, and you talked about, yes, there's a lot of IT vacancies in the Nashville market. And it's easy to think, well, gosh, that means folks are just going to rush to fill those jobs. But there's such a competition for that talent, that experience. And one of the points you made to me about the international studies is that that helps give some of our students that might be just entering into that job market at least a little bit of a boost up from a resume standpoint and a perspective standpoint that might allow them to compete against someone that maybe had a little bit more time and grade and job.
Correct. So one thing is that I do believe that I encourage every student to take study abroad. Because if I'm an employer and I have the same CV, but I see somebody who really took a step outside the US to meet other people and spend some time in an educational setting as an employer, I'll choose that person because I know that person dealt with uncharted water for that person and he was able to gain something. That is something very essential in today's industry, today's market, that students need to have, and also fresh graduates need to have that international aspect and experience. Now, while organizations are really looking for IT talent, they always ask for at least like 3 years of experience. I encourage students to do the internship, but also to add that international aspect to their resume. It really helps.
Professor, thank you for coming on the show, and thank you and congratulations for all you're doing for our students in our university.
Thank you, it's a pleasure, thank you.
And we'll be right back.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
So many men and women that have served, that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Remember this major at MTSU, Child Development and Family Studies. Dr. Rebecca Oldham joins us to talk about how this is a great fit for students interested in what individuals and families need to do to find wellness across the life space. Rebecca, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be here.
It's an honor to have you here. We talked a little bit before you came on air. We talked about how your program is based in the Ellington Human Sciences Building. What's the major? Tell me in a nutshell your elevator speech for your programs.
Sure. So Child Development and Family Studies, more broadly across the country, is known as Human Development and Family Science. And you can hear in the name that there are really two major branches. People who are studying human development from prenatal all the way till death. And it's really focused on individual development. But of course, individuals are not islands unto themselves. We all develop inside relational contexts, and that's where family studies come in. And so our students come into the major and they could have varying interests related to anything related to prenatal development, child development, emerging adulthood, middle adulthood, older adulthood, death and dying, or they may be interested in things like romantic relationships, friendships, siblings, sexuality, contemporary families, society at large in the context that families develop in. So it's a really interdisciplinary field. We draw from sociology, we draw from psychology, neuroscience, a lot of different theories and methodologies to do the kind of research we do in this field.
So when folks learn about this, I guess one of the reasons you call it a discovery is that not a lot of people know. They may be interested in this, but they may not just be aware that there's a program that can get to this. And that must be a fun kind of discovery conversation with them as well.
Right, so we normally engage with the STAR program where they bring students to campus, usually first-year students to campus early, and they have a panel of different majors on campus that students may not know about coming into college. They know about psychology, they may know about sociology, and they say, I want to be a counselor, so I'm going to do psychology. They may say, I want to work with kids, so I guess I'll do early childhood education. But a lot of our students, when they come to us, they say, you know, I started in psychology and the classes, I just noticed I really gravitated toward classes about communication or about child development. Or maybe I was an early education major and I realized I didn't want to be a teacher, but I do want to work with kids. And so in that process and talking with their advisors, they usually find us toward the end of their sophomore year, the beginning of their junior year, and we're trying to work their classes in. So what we'd really like is to increase our presence on campus so that students find us earlier in the process, because when they do come to us, they love it there.
Right.
They feel a sense of belonging. They feel like this is where I should have been all along. Our classes are super interesting, and it's about things that are relevant to really all of our lives.
When we chatted a little bit, we talked about some aspects of your program that you're very proud of, and one of which was support and belonging. Can you give me that kind of nutshell of that?
Yes, so I like to say that we have some of the best students on campus because our students care so much about people, and a major value and ethic that we have in our discipline is just that people matter. People matter a lot. So we have students who care about people and we have faculty who care about students. And so we practice that ethic in our classroom. We know all of our students by name. We're following what they're doing. We're checking in on their well-being and saying like, hey, I noticed that you seem to be struggling. Is anything going on? Do you need more support? Do you need more resources? And we also create classroom environments where students get to interact with one another a lot. And so they create social networks in the program that help them feel like they belong and feel like they find a home in our program that goes beyond just being a student in a classroom, but being seen as a whole person. And that's something that we're really proud of in our program and something that our students comment on a lot when they come become CDFS majors after a few years.
It seems like there are a lot of opportunities in the job market for the skills that you teach, but what are some of the jobs that you're familiar that your graduates have gone on to?
Right, so I think first I want to say that there's a very common misconception. I think because right now the name of our particular program is child development and family studies, like people kind of forget the family studies and they say, oh, these people just must want to work in daycares. And certainly some of them do, but one of the challenges that our majors face is realizing when they get into our program is the absolute wide range of diverse work environments and types of jobs they can have after just a BS in this degree. So, like I said, they may work with children, but they can also work in any kind of environment, profit or nonprofit, government agencies, private companies, where they are serving families or individuals in terms of their wellness in some way. So we see people go on to work in assisted living facilities. We see people do community education in nonprofits. They may work in child and foster care systems. They may work with people who experience trauma and abuse. A lot of our students are really interested in helping specific populations. So people who have disabilities is another really popular group that our students enjoy working with. They may even work in the medical system, like hospital systems. A child life specialist is someone who works with children who have chronic illness just to improve their quality of life in the hospital and to work with their families. So that's a good application of this major. So the types of spaces they can work in is very, very diverse. And there are also lots of different graduate school options afterward, but you don't even need to go to graduate school to be able to find gainful employment in this field.
All right, we want everybody to remember child development and family studies.
That's right.
Look going into the university.
That's right.
Don't discover us after you've been here. Find it going in. Find it going in. Professor, thanks for sharing all this with us.
Thank you. I've
Really
been so
appreciate
happy
you.
to talk about our program. We really love what we do, and we really love our students, and we just want more people to find the joy of being a CDFSA major sooner.
And it shows. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching and for listening. We got a great show lined up for you today. We're still at the Elk Tower. It's been a great group of shows here, and this is the prime time, Matt. We are at the tower, the new tower, which is an awesome place to be, and we've seen elk running around. Isn't that awesome?
Yes, the fall in East Tennessee, it's hard to beat. Weather is crisp, the football is in the air, hunting season is here, muzzleloader right around the corner, and we are here to talk elk.
Yeah.
Tennessee elk.
Yeah. I'm excited. Mr. Brad Miller, Dr. Brad Miller, is in the house, or we're on his territory here today. But he is our elk program coordinator, and he's going to get us up to date on all things elk, what's happening here in Tennessee, how the hunts went, some of the studies and things that are going on. So I'm excited to jump into some of this. But you know what? Let's do a quick reminder. You know, tnwildlife.org is a great place to check out everything outdoors, hunting and fishing. And then you get your license out there at gooutdoorstennessee.com. If you want to shop some of the swag, shop.gooutdoorstennessee.com is the place to get all that. But I just wanted to share that with you guys, and we just appreciate you all following us and checking out our resources there on our website. Follow this show, like us, share us, and help us get the word out, because it's going to be a lot of good information.
Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Nextdoor. What else we on?
That's about covers it,
yeah,
I think.
That's
but
enough, isn't it?
That's enough. In our website, tnwildlife.org. You know, if you can't find it in one of those spots,
you can't find it.
I can't find it. But anyway, here we are. Dr. Brad Miller. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Brad. You've been on Wildcast before. We've been in the old tower. We shot a show in the old tower with you. Now we got the new one behind us, and but just share with folks who you are and what you do, and
yeah. So I've been with the agency about 7 years now. It's my 7th elk season, working elk season. From East Tennessee. Yeah, grew up hunting North Cumberland.
Awesome.
Called it Royal Blue back then.
Yeah.
And, and you know, I've been doing the wildlife thing for quite a few years. Like you mentioned, been bouncing around doing some different educational opportunities. I've been at University of Georgia, and hate to bring that up. They're coming up here real soon. But then I did my bachelor's and my master's at UT, and
all have sinned and fall short.
Well, you know.
Have been redeemed.
But
you still bleed orange, right?
Oh, for sure. But yeah, kind of a deer guy by trade. That was a lot of my research back in the past. But yeah, really, it's kind of a homecoming for me to get back to this part of the world and work with elk. When I was working on my master's, I actually helped with the elk project when they were just bringing them in back in 2000, 2001.
Wow. Okay.
So it's kind of neat to make that full circle and get back here and really get your hands with wet and just work with them all the time.
Where'd you get your doctorate?
It was at UGA. It was looking at,
went back to the dark side.
Well, it was looking at some deer genetic stuff, some social behavior stuff, and some herbivory stuff, and management of deer to kind of avoid excessive herbivory where you get these compositional changes in the forest. But anyway, left there and started working in Arkansas as the deer biologist out there, and worked for the Turkey Federation for a little while back in East Tennessee, trying to make my way back home.
Yeah.
And been on here 7 years or so, and a lot of changes in the elk program in the last 7 or so years. We've been hunting them since '09. But our tags number of permits have steadily increased, and I was looking at the numbers earlier, and we've taken 95 elk. Hunters have taken 95 elk so far.
Wow. And we're still seeing a steady increase in numbers of population as we've seen, as we study them, and
sure.
And that's cool. That's cool to see that you can have a huntable population in Tennessee now.
Yeah, slowly growing. Some of our cooperative work with University of Tennessee, looking at our elk population and doing DNA work where you go get elk scat and you uniquely identify all these animals and you develop these population estimates from it. It kind of shows that we're slowly growing, and You know, our public land right here in the middle of the elk zone is where we have a lot of elk, and we're really trying to, you know, grow this area and provide more hunting opportunities. And yeah, it's a great program that's moving forward.
Yeah. Awesome.
So define scat for those who aren't wildlife majors.
Droppings.
Did he say scat?
The poo.
Yeah.
Somebody has to collect the elk poo.
It's funny. I
analyze it.
I joked with some of the grad students, you know, we advertise this as an elk project, come work with elk, and a lot of time they're just picking up poop.
It's a real crappy job.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there are some maybe some crappy sides to some jobs. You got to deal
working with wildlife.
Yeah, still working with wildlife, getting that experience that one day they'll be out here doing exactly what you're doing, some of the same work.
When they get done, they really know their crap.
He's on fire.
We could be here all day. But so you mentioned a little bit about the history of the elk program, but so it's cool that you got to be part of the early reintroductions as a student.
Yeah.
So talk about how we've come from 2000 we started reintroducing.
Right. Yeah. So it was over a several year period, brought in a little over 200 elk, and you know, our best estimate of where we are now is, you know, 450 or so animals. We have our elk restoration zone, which is where we said we're going to, you know, keep our elk, put our elk. It's a 5-county area, 700,000 acres, give or take. So it's a really big area. But again, right in the middle of it is our North Cumberland WMA, which is roughly 200,000 acres.
Yeah. And so it was 9 years before we hunted them. So they lived here and adapted and changed and reproduced and
yeah, slowly growing. And you know, as I mentioned, you know, we started pretty small with just a handful of permits, you know, 5 permits or so, and then over time we've expanded that, added an archery season, and overall increased the number of permits,
which is a challenge, archery. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I tell you, our success in East Tennessee rivals just about anywhere.
Awesome.
This year, our gun hunters went 7 for 7.
Whoa.
Our youth hunter was successful. Our archery hunters, there were 7 of them, they killed 4 bulls, and 2 of the unsuccessful hunters missed. So almost everybody had an opportunity.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's all you can ask for.
Yeah, really good. And I think the weather really helped us this year. There was that cool spell that came in, and I think the elk were really moving.
So have they been bugling a lot this year? Did the hunters get to experience that any at all?
Yeah, that was something I was going to mention. You know, we mentioned research earlier. Last fall, prior to bugling, we put out these devices called acoustic recorders. And imagine a trail camera that listens instead of takes pictures. So we had these deployed across the elk zone, and they're just out there listening. And we were able to look at what time of day elk bugle, how many times per day, and then the seasonality of when it really peaks. And it looks like, you know, the end of September is when it really peaks, and then it tails off after that. So, you know, if you were to come up here and visit the tower, you know, you might hear a bugle, but really that last week of September, first week of October is really the peak when they're talking a lot.
Wow. I was hoping we'd be up here about the time, you know, trying to set these shows up. Yeah. And
a
little bit late, but it's good to know that you can come experience the fall colors and experience them bugling up here in early October.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's cool.
A lot of bulls up here.
Yeah. And just so people know, we've mentioned it before, but this population is not hunted. This is not a hunting area up here at the knob. This is solely for viewing, right?
Sure.
How big is the closed hunting zone, safety zone up here for them?
Okay. Here's where it starts getting a little tricky.
Put it on the spot.
You know, this field itself is about 35 acres, and we have a safety zone around this area that keeps, you know, all hunting away, whether it's, you know, deer, duck, turkey, dove, whatever.
Yeah.
You can't hunt. But this unit, the Sunquist unit, currently we don't elk hunt in this unit, and it's a big unit. It's, you know, I'll get it wrong, but it's like 40,000 acres, give or take. That's something we're looking into. We've been deploying some cameras, trying to get a handle on how many bulls we have available that are not right around here, but in other places where we could have some future opportunities. So, that to be continued.
Nice.
Awesome.
That's encouraging.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, you touched on the hunting seasons a little bit, but it sounds like a lot of them were successful this year. Remind folks that it's bull only, right? The hunts are bull only. So do we have any big big bulls killed? Was there any state record set this year?
No giants this year. We had a nice 300-inch bull taken off of one of the Ed Carter units zones, and you know, a lot of just good, healthy, you know, tasty elk.
Yeah.
Guys are just so excited, you know, and it's really neat for me to get to, you know, meet these hunters, and their fathers and their sons and their best friends are coming with them, and they're all enjoying this and having this great experience together. It's really neat to see, and folks, you know, they're so thankful to the agency for, you know, for having this program.
Yeah, I could see that. That's awesome. So if folks do get drawn, they're able to bring some folks with them, right?
You got to bring folks. Yeah, especially if you're archery hunting, just to make it easier to call in a bull. You can have somebody set up behind you doing the calling, get them in close enough to where you can get a shot. They're not looking at you, you know, kind of like you would do turkey hunting with a buddy.
Yeah.
But also, once an elk hits the ground, you know, I send out an info packet to all the people that get drawn, and, you know, one of my lines in it is, think horse, not deer, because, you know, you're looking at a 500 to 700 pound animal. You don't drag them. No,
take off with it. Huh?
So, you know, if it falls down in a deep, dark holler, you better have some friends and some backpacks and know how to quarter up an animal.
Yeah. So you can do that. You can quarter one out here.
Sure. Yeah. And we had some this year that they were just inaccessible any other way.
Wow.
I remember the first elk hunt back in 2009. You know, we had pack horses and all kinds of fun stuff in case we needed them, you know.
Sure.
And they even packed one out just because they wanted to have the experience, you know, a full out west kind of hunt, you know.
Yeah. But definitely, folks, you know, bring their friends and their family, and they make it, you know, just a great event. You know, and it's not necessarily once in a lifetime. Once somebody's drawn, they do have a 10-year period where they can't be drawn again. So the chances of it happening again are not great, but you never know.
Yeah.
Well, especially with the raffle now, you know, you could be the lucky winner of one of 10 prizes, and this year actually, somebody picked the Ford truck first pick. So
yeah,
you know, you may be the lucky one to get to pick the elk hunt if that's your dream, if you win that raffle. And chances are a lot better at winning that than winning the lottery. I know that.
Yeah. I'll have to keep putting my name in for a regular tag. For some reason they won't let us win the conservation raffle. But anyway, yeah, that's pretty cool. There's opportunities. There's ways to have an opportunity to chase one of these guys out here.
Talk about the history of the elk program in general, because we were talking off air about the last known elk in the entire state of Tennessee prior to the year 2000 was killed in 1865 in Obion County, which is way out west, right?
Right.
So that's a long period with no elk on the ground in this state. So how did we get to the point where we were bringing these giant animals back and restocking them?
Yeah, you know, I think probably Kentucky beat us to the punch by a couple of years as one of the first kind of southeastern almost states to really to go down this road. And you know, they brought in a lot of elk. They brought in a couple of thousand elk, and their population's really expanded. I think they have a 15 or maybe 16 county elk zone or elk restoration area. So, you know, we followed a couple of years after them, and then North Carolina over on the state line, they also kind of followed right after these North Cumberland animals. And, you know, since then, you know, West Virginia and Virginia, I mean, everybody's, you know.
On the bandwagon.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's really neat just to see these animals. You know, people probably don't understand just how big they are until they get up here and really, you know. Well, earlier we had a cow walk by, you know, 30 or 40 yards away, and I mean, they're big. You know,
they catch your eye.
I'm telling you. Yeah.
I didn't know it until y'all were darting them up here a few years back and had one on the ground, and I got to get up beside that thing, and it's a massive creature, man.
They're big.
Blew my mind. I'd only been around white-tailed deer for the most part. So giant animals, and I don't want to go down this rabbit trail too far, but elk, bison, red wolves, mountain lions, and almost black bear. All those animals were extirpated from this state at one time in the late 1800s, early 1900s, you know, because we didn't have regulation and protection of them, and just over harvest, land use changes, whatever you want to blame it on. But we have an agency now and a lot of partners that care about conservation and bringing these animals back. I don't think we have a bison restoration program in plans, but it's just it's
Wouldn't that be
fascinating. Yeah, it would, but I don't think we're ever going to get bison back. But just it takes a lot to put that animal back on the landscape and make it work. So.
Sure, and there's been if I tried to list all the partners, I would leave somebody out, but it's just a huge group effort to make this happen, and it's been a great success story for sure.
Yeah. We talking with Terry Lewis about his help on the property and the way he helped get this tower back and get it, I guess, here. Period. But if you look at the kiosks here at the tower, you see all the partners on the signs and those who have helped bring them back and make things like this happen. So it's a partnership for sure.
One question I get asked is, you mentioned it, Kentucky stocked thousands of elk, literally, and we stocked a little over 200. Why were we limited to just only stocking a handful?
Right, so Kentucky was able to go out in the western U.S. and get elk from a couple of different states. We went a different route. All of our elk came either directly or indirectly from Elk Island, which is a captive herd in Alberta. So this was a captive facility that had a long history of testing for a whole variety of stuff with negative results. So we felt like this would be the safest source population you could find. So we had elk come from Alberta from that facility, but also Land Between the Lakes, their facility, and their original source was also the Elk Island animals. So that's what we have is Elk Island animals.
Okay. And LBL, roughly how many are there? Do you have any idea?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't really work with those guys.
But they got buffalo or bison.
They
there
do,
too, right?
and it's an enclosure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that was why that we knew they were tested and they were safe to bring here.
Sure.
And
Yep.
and we hope to keep that safe here as well. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, with CWD creeping across West Tennessee, you pray and hope it doesn't make it over here. But one thing on hunting seasons, I wanted to double check, and I think I know the answer to this, but is there any hunting off the restoration zones?
Yes, a couple of years ago. So when we brought elk in, we said, hey, we have this restoration zone. This is where we want our elk. We feel like they're compatible with all the landowners and just, acceptance. And we said we're not going to have any elk anywhere else.
Right.
So a couple of years ago, we created this incidental take option where if somebody is legally deer hunting in Cocke County or Union County or Overton County, whatever, and
outside of an area.
Outside of our 5 elk counties. If they're outside of our 5 elk counties and they're legally deer hunting and they see an elk, they can take 1 elk a year.
Do they have to report it?
Yeah,
check it,
yeah.
so forth?
And there's a phone number in the guidebook that says call and I'll come meet them somewhere and I'll do what I need to do. But yeah, it's mandatory carcass checking.
Do you have many that are killed outside the zone?
No. So we've had it. This will be our 3rd fall, and we've had 1.
Only 1.
Yeah.
So they're not venturing outside of the zone too much, or if they are, people are tolerant of them and
they like to watch them rather than kill them or something. Yeah.
Yeah. And this one was an elk that had come over from North Carolina.
Okay, wasn't even a Tennessee elk.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's kind of the point is we're trying to prevent issues.
Let me ask you this: are the elk populations from Kentucky and North Carolina and our elk, are they interbreeding with one another, or are they pretty much doing their own thing?
Not North Carolina. So we're
far enough away.
For sure. Well, I never say for sure, but probably far enough away. And we have so I mentioned some of the research we did with University of Tennessee collecting scat samples, and we're able to take those and actually determine the origin of that animal's ancestry, kind of like that ancestry DNA thing. We were able to see whether they're from Elk Island or they're Kentucky elk, and we've seen a little bit of mixture.
Okay.
Yeah, so we definitely have Kentucky elk. We've had a couple of tagged bulls that were tagged in Kentucky harvested.
The
past couple of years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
For genetic diversity, is it good?
It's probably not a bad thing.
Yeah.
That's neat.
It is neat.
Yeah, and we've had a few questions on the elk, incidental take of elk, so that's why I asked, because I think some people get confused on that incidental take, what that means, so I think we covered that.
You got to be outside the 5 elk counties.
Yeah, outside the counties, and then, you're allowed to take one if it happens and you want to. So.
A lot of people they see that and they think that's too good to be true.
Yeah.
It's a setup. They don't want to believe it. Like, It is,
Yeah.
you know, and I think a lot of people are maybe afraid to shoot them for what will other people think or whatever the reason is. But that's an awesome opportunity if you happen to be outside the zone.
If I had the opportunity, I knew I was right. I was in the right.
Yeah.
I'd have to take it. I think it'd be neat. All right.
Tastes really good.
Tastes real
like
good.
Brad said.
I'll be calling all my buddies, so got something to drag out. All right. So you touched on some of the studies that you're doing. Anything past studies you want to cover? And then I got a question about future studies.
Oh, golly. So we've got some publications that are coming out right now, and we'll try to get some links to some of that stuff put on the website. We have an elk page on our website that's got a lot of information. It's got our strategic elk plan that talks about a lot of the history, where we were, and then where we're going. And then it's got some different documents. We did a stakeholder analysis 4 years ago, looking at residents in this part of the world and what they think about elk, and it also had an economic analysis, and it's amazing just the economic benefit of having elk in Tennessee to the tune of millions of dollars. But you know, rather than getting in the weeds, we've looked at what elk eat, we've looked at relatedness, we've looked at diversity, and then tried to get some population estimates, as well as looking at, you know, mortality causes, where elk live and move and that sort of thing. So it's just kind of a whole gamut of general elk biology stuff. And, you know, it's something we started about 4 years ago. And that's the first research we've had since really the elk were turned out in 2000. You know, we had about 3 or 4 years of research, and then, you know, a bit of a lag, and we've picked that back up. And, you know, and you mentioned upcoming, we're, you know, one component we're missing is really looking at our calf survival. We don't have good evidence of if there's much mortality there, and if there is, what's the source. So we'll be catching some cows in January, February. We'll have a crew come in. If all goes according to plan, we'll have a crew come in from South Africa with helicopters, and they shoot nets on them, and they do their thing, and we immobilize them. And
wow.
Anyway, it'll be a really neat project. Wow. I have to have you guys come up and get some video. And,
yeah, absolutely.
Because that's really the thing we're missing. We kind of know what our pregnancy rates are. We know about survival of adults. It's just the calf component that we haven't really captured yet.
So once that net wraps them up and you're able to get there to it, what's the process? What are you doing?
Yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely insane.
Sounds like something in a movie now.
Well, so this company, they'll be in a helicopter, and they'll have a guy fire a net on an elk. It gets all tangled up, and they have guys that they call muggers that jump out of the helicopter and go hobble elk. And I'm
like a cowboy,
I guess. Yeah, I mean, I'm not doing it. I promise you that. But then they'll bring it back, and we'll put it on a big flatbed trailer, and we'll work them up. But yeah, it'll be quite the rodeo.
So they just pick it up by the helicopter. And
yeah. I've got some.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that. I thought you were going to go to it.
No, it'll be slung up in a cargo net, and they'll fly it to us.
Wow.
Yeah, we're coming up for that.
That's a drop the tailgate for sure. That's a wildcat. I'll drop the tailgate. That's everything. So that's cool. And then you'll be able to, I think you mentioned, put transmitters in them and track them and know, and then be able to find their young, and that's that's the ultimate goal.
Yep.
Okay.
It's a special transmitter that lets us know when and where a calf is born, and we go find that calf within, hopefully, 6 hours of being born. And we'll put a special expandable collar on them, and we'll be able to track them for 12 months or so.
Wow. Isn't it cool the work these guys do?
It is.
I'd love to see all that, so make sure I get a call.
Yeah. Hopefully all goes according to plan.
Yeah, that's neat. And knowing all that information you need to know that. You got to have that data so you can know what the next steps are.
Yeah. Anytime, not to get in the weeds too much, but you hear people talk about population models, and your model is only as good as the data you use to create it. Mm-hmm. And if you're guessing on things, that's no way to roll. So we'll have some really good info that will hopefully help guide some of our management.
Yeah. And you mentioned collars. Is collars the only way, other than the transmitter you talked about, but there's collars? How else do you track these animals? I mean, you had the sound cameras
recorders.
Or whatever, recorders.
Yeah.
Is that pretty much how you
Yeah, I mean, if you want to know where an elk goes, get a collar around its neck.
Yeah.
It's really different nowadays than when I was first doing research and stuff, where you had to go out with the antennas, and I'm a little bit deaf in my left ear from it. I promise, it's crazy.
Wow, the beeping, yeah.
Yeah, but nowadays you can sit in the office and it's GPS collars, and it just flies to a satellite, and you'll know where
real time.
Yeah, yes. Well, I mean, you can't exactly say, okay, let me look up caller such and such and go figure out where he is right now. It's one or two locations a day. The more locations the caller takes, the more battery it uses. So it just depends on how long you want your batteries to last for, as the number of locations per day you're shooting for.
Sure, and every second of that elk's life's not as important as every day, maybe, of its movements.
You kind of rotate it throughout the day, and you're able to see, a home range, seasonal and annual home ranges.
Man, tell me, these things, they look to me like cattle. They graze all the time. Is that primarily what they eat up here, or have they adapted to acorns and other things?
Definitely eat acorns. We see a lot of bulls killed in the fall, and we'll just open up their stomachs and just check it out, and there'll be tons of crunched up acorns in there. It varies throughout the year. Late winter, it's a lot more grassy stuff that's still green. Autumn olive, Japanese honeysuckle. Shifting in the spring, you get more forbs, broadleaf weeds that they'll really consume those, and then a lot of twig tips and woody plants, and then into October, September, October, a lot of acorns consumed. So it just varies throughout the year, but they're kind of generalists. They'll take advantage of a lot of different opportunities.
Kind of like a deer, they just adapt to whatever's available at that time to feed on.
Yeah.
What gets them through the winter? Just the fat they put on in the fall?
Yeah, it's one of those things you don't really have to worry about animals starving to death in the winter. That's this lipogenesis. That's what they're doing in the fall, is putting on weight that'll get them through the winter. But they'll find things to browse on for sure.
Yeah. Well, this has been very informative. I appreciate you meeting us out here and letting us come to your space and take the time out of your day for this beautiful spot.
Gosh.
I mean, the sun's coming through across the field and through the trees, and I'm like, man, this is beautiful. Thank God for this area and the beauty around us. And October is a good time to be out here. November, come see the colors, come see the elk, check out the new tower. Brad, thank you for what you do for the elk program and all the hard work. And Matt, thanks for keeping us up to date here in East Tennessee, sharing the information, making sure everybody's informed. This is Tennessee Wildcast. We appreciate you tuning into this series here at the Elk Tower. Check out our other shows that we've had out there and keep coming back, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
Aaron Waldron. Then we will have the oath of office ceremonies for myself, Alderwoman Carol Haas, and Alderwoman Kara Hobbs. You should all have a copy of the meeting minutes from the November 1st, 2022 regular meeting. We will have certificates of appreciation at the meeting. And then from there, we will have the departmental reports. And then we will move on to the old business, second reading, ordinance 2022-24, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 fire impact fee budget. And this was discussed last month. This is where the fire department would like to utilize the fire department impact fees for the increased service level of 9 new firefighters. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to second reading ordinance 2022-25, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. And this is second reading. It was discussed last month, and this is tied to Fire Station 41. It's a budget amendment to allocate funding for the construction. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to the consent agenda. And section A, bid amendment, asphalt paving, Hawkins. Seems we have some visitors.
I have to make a report that my elves were doing their jobs.
I was baking cookies. I'm in my nightgown, reading a book, and Santa jumps in the van and says, "Come on!" And I had to jump in with him. What kind of report are you going to make tonight?
I'm telling them how well my elves are doing to make the toys for the little kids.
And what was that piece of paper I saw in your bag?
Oh,
no, don't get it out. I'm afraid I know what it is.
And I had to make a report saying who's naughty and who's nice.
This is a public forum. We cannot tell people who's naughty and who's nice.
Oh, come on.
Well, not tonight. But you know what? We can tell about some great things going on in LaVergne. Would you all like to hear about some wonderful things?
Absolutely.
Yes. How about our people at home and in our audience? Absolutely. Now, Santa, if you will just stand right there.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, dear.
Aww.
Thank you, dear. He really is a dear most of the time. Well, first of all, I do have cookies here that I was working on, and oh wait, the tray is empty. What happened to the, who is here? Oh my goodness, Mousy.
Oh.
What are you doing here? You heard reports and you wanted to come? Well, I tell you what, we have important business that we need to do here. So I'm going to need you to sit in the audience. Would you do that? You want to sit with a friend? Well, sure. Sure. Look out there and see which friend you would like to sit with. Oh, she wants to sit with Andrew in HR.
Everybody wants to sit in HR. Come here, Mousy.
Aww.
Okay, you can come sit with me.
Should give him a kiss, Andrew.
We can talk about your exit paper.
All right, we have Mousy settled. We have Santa calmed down. We were hoping to be here a little bit earlier, but there was some traffic on the roads. I'll be glad when we get back in our sleigh. So, I'm going to give the report. Do you want to stand or you want to sit?
I'll sit.
All right, you sit. Thank you. He is a jolly old elf. So, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, and Alderwomen-elect, thank you for letting us interrupt, due to Santa, this meeting. But we wanted to share some really great things that are going on in LaVergne this weekend. So what I'd like to tell you is those parks and rec and maintenance guys, those elves have been so busy. They have working and planning just to make sure that their community can make merry this season, because we all do like to make merry, right? So let's talk about what's happening this coming weekend. First, we have the Parade of Lights and Winterfest. This Saturday, December the 3rd, the parade will begin at 5 p.m. at City Hall. That's where we are, Santa.
Okay.
City Hall. Okay. And end at Veterans Memorial Park with the annual tree lighting. Watch for us at the end of the parade, because Santa and I will be in the fire truck. Yes. And Santa, I hope I get to pick the fireman of the fire truck we're going to be in. Now, on to the Winter Festival. The Winter Festival is a really fun event, and it's going to be at Veterans Memorial Park at 8 p.m. No, not at 8. It's going to begin at 3 p.m. and end at 8 p.m. The festival will include arts and crafts vendor booths, the amazing snow rink, carriage rides, and fireworks. And I will like to have a carriage ride with you, Santa. Be sure to stop by Santa's tent and take a picture with Santa and me. Now, the Senior Center will be the Senior Center, their staff and volunteers will be giving away cookies and hot chocolate at the end of the parade. Be sure to visit all the great vendors and get in the holiday spirit while listening to our LaVergne High School choir. They're going to be singing beautiful Christmas carols. Do you need a little more spirit in your life? Make sure to watch the local dance club. The lovely, lavish ladies will be performing an outstanding dance routine. Then on to the skate rink. The popular free skate rink opened today. Entry is first come, first served. And did you hear that word? Free. It's free. Participants are allowed 1 hour of skate time that rotates out every hour. Skates are available for free. Rink hours are Thursday and Friday, 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., Saturdays, noon to 8 p.m., and Sundays, 1 to 5 p.m. On Sunday, December the 4th, from 1 to 2, it's being reserved for the families with special needs to give them an opportunity. Santa, that ride in the van with you going so fast has made my lips drop. All right, here we go. That's a lot of information, right? So be sure to check the Park and Rec and City Hall Facebook and the website for all the information that I just shared. And we hope to see you all on the parade route and at Winterfest. Now, Santa, did you have a little something else in that bag?
Oh, yes, indeed.
What do you have?
I have a few presents in here.
Well, let's take those out. And who are they for?
Oh, from the
Board of Mayor and Alderman.
Board of Mayor and Alderman, Vice Mayor,
Okay. And the mayor.
and the mayor.
All right, so if you want to hand those out, I'll reach in and put the rest of them out for you. You go
Okay.
right ahead.
Oh, here you go, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Santa.
Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Santa Claus.
Power Santa.
Alderman
It's a
Walden.
big jug of Kool-Aid. There you go.
Alderman-elect Carol.
Carol.
Just my shirt. Thank you.
And Alderwoman-elect Miss Kara.
Miss Kara. There you go.
Hey, do you all have any questions about the information we just shared?
No, ma'am, but thank you, Santa and Mrs. Claus, for coming and paying us a visit.
You're so welcome. And on Saturday, I will not be in my pajamas. I will be fully dressed if Santa doesn't run out of there real fast. Have
Mrs.
a wonderful
Depends on,
Don't-
depends on my crew.
Don't forget your little friend back there, Andrew
Oh,
Mackey.
I wouldn't forget Mousy, yes. I don't know, Mousy may want to go hang out with Andrew for a little while.
They look like they're bonding.
They really are. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I did too. I knew Brandon was out there.
So moving on to our consent agenda, approve or reject city bids and purchases. The first item we've got is a bid amendment for the asphalt paving with Hawkins Asphalt Paving LLC. And just to recap, back in August of 2021, we awarded them the asphalt paving. And so they're requesting for an amendment to this. It would basically, the cost would go up from $79 per ton to $93 per ton. And the cost, that's for BM mix, and then CW mix would go from $81 a ton to $95 a ton. Michael Dietz, do you want to come up here and just talk about any of this at all?
Thank you, Mayor, Alderman. So you pretty much summed it up. They've asked for what we feel is a reasonable increase to the bid amount. As we all know, prices have increased greatly over the last year and a half. This would get them more in line to where they can make a little bit of money and not overcharge us at the same time. So staff would recommend approval for this increase.
Okay, and do we have a total of what that would look like as a whole?
Just for comparison, we run some numbers today. So the roads that we've paved thus far this year, which was David's Way and LaVergne Lane, it came in at about $316,000. With this increase, it would have put us at about $360, somewhere around there. So you're talking about a $50,000 to $60,000 increase.
Okay.
For a project of that size.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, sir.
Moving on to B, approve renewal of the cooperation with civil law enforcement officials agreement with the Department of Navy, Naval Surface Warfare Center for equipment to be used by the police department. This is for night vision goggles for the LaVergne Police Department SWAT team. And the cost for the night vision goggles is $6,000. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to C, authorize Chief Davis to sign an addendum to the Law Enforcement Support Office Program State Plan of Operation. And this is just an addendum to the existing LESO program State Plan of Operation between the state and the city of LaVergne. There is no financial impact at all. Does anyone have any questions? Chief, is there anything you want to add with this?
No, that's exactly what it says. It's something we're required to do based upon documents signed by the president.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to D, approve agreement for engineering services from CTI for the Subbasin Master Plan Agreement for the East Hurricane Creek Drainage Basin. And this has been one we're working on. It's basically, we've got growth in that subbasin. So it's been determined by city staff that some of the sanitary sewer system has reached capacity or is close to that. So this is planning for that as far as what needs to be done to build that out for future development. Does anyone have any questions? Total cost for this will not exceed $20,000. Moving on to E, approved contract with Nashville Party Authority for DJ services at the father-daughter dance to be held on February 4th, 2023 at the multipurpose building this year. And the cost of this is $600. We've used them multiple times for different events. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to F, approve a grant contract with the State of Tennessee Library and Archives for the purchase of computers for the library. And so the library was awarded a $15,000 grant for the purchase of approximately 35 desktop computers and monitors. This is a 50-50 grant, meaning we will have to match that $15,000. If you've been over to the library and you've used their computers, they are slow, and they are in sore need of an upgrade. Would you agree with that, Glenn?
That would be true.
So, and I think we're talking about some Dell computers, Glenn? Yeah.
With a slim form factor like we have in the offices.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to G, approve amendment with CTEI engineers for general consultation services regarding new hourly rates. So the total amount for this is unknown, but it will update the hourly rates for CTI for their engineering services. The city budgets for these professional services in the water and sewer budget. Staff's already aware that service requested need to stay under the budgeted amount for the fiscal year, but this is just them updating their hourly rates. Anyone have any questions? H, approve amended street lighting agreement with Path Company and Middle Tennessee Electric Membership Cooperative for the installation of LED street lights. And so this ties in with the approval that we did back in October with Path. And this, I thought we had another one on here with Nashville Electric, but this must just be with Middle Tennessee Electric. It must have gotten pulled, but it's just amending it and changing some language. There's no price change for this. It's just some, after we'd already approved it, they came back with some language changes. Is there any questions?
What's the $31,000 for?
That's still the same price that we approved in October with the change out for, with Middle Tennessee Electric, it would be essentially the industrial park and then everything to the south of 24.
The $31,000 is for the undepreciated amount of money that they have invested in the existing infrastructure for lights and poles and whatever. So we have to pay that off because we're replacing it. So that's part of that cost.
I got you.
Is there any other questions? Okay, moving on to I. Approve Third Amendment to the purchase and sale agreement with Trinidad Benham Corporation for the purchase of the Public Works facility located at 148 International Boulevard. And should all have this in here. This is the third one. It's tied to them doing their due diligence for that property. And there was some right-of-way concerns. And so this is just addressing that. Is there any questions? And you should have that permanent utility easement attached in your packet if you want to look at that. Moving on to J, approve vendor agreement for participation in the Low-Income Household Water Assistance Program with Mid-Cumberland Community Action Agency. This is a new program that we found out about from a property owner who lives in Florida, but they have property here in LaVergne, and it's just like it says, it's to assist low-income households and seniors with their water bills. Most of the existing plans or different groups, charities that assist people with their water bills will pay a maximum of about $500. This one pays significantly more than that. We believe, and I'm not sure if it's been fully confirmed yet, that this is tied with some ARPA funds, not ours, but theirs. And there's a lot of provisions in here. So with it being tied with ARPA funds, it does open up for federal auditing, which of course we're open records anyways as a public entity. It also will have some administrative items as well, because if they overpay an account, it is the city's responsibility to pay that money back to the group. So there is some of that. Evan, and this is kind of my question for you and Phyllis, is our current policies, do they allow for us in that instance where a charitable, or not charitable group, but a group that we contract with overpays us for someone's water bill, for us to be able to cut a check back to them? I know currently they don't really do that with a third-party group, so.
I have to defer to Phyllis on that, yep.
Right now, we don't have that situation. Haven't seen that happen since I've been here, where anyone's overpaid. We do have customers that sometimes accidentally overpay their account, and we reimburse them. So I don't see that it would be a problem to process a reimbursement.
Okay. Okay, that's one thing I wanted to make sure of.
So by us, if we pass this, how long does it take it to start? I don't even know what I'm asking. I'm trying to figure out.
I think there's a qualification process where the citizen has to provide certain documentation to be approved.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be on Mid-Cumberland and the citizen's responsibility at that point. I think they communicate with us via some type of certificate or a written agreement or an email and say, hey, we're helping these people. This is what we're looking at doing. But we can work off of that until the funds actually come in.
So the citizens themselves would have to fill out paperwork and
with Mid-Cumberland
request.
That's my understanding.
And it takes about 3 months for this project to get started, get everything up and running, is my understanding. So, and then you've got whatever the processing time is once the customer applies for the help. So it's going to take a few months to get it up and running.
Hey, it's a start. I like it.
And this is a program that the town of Smyrna and CUD both already participate in. So this would add to us, and I believe this would be the only kind that we're specifically contracted with. Is that right, Phyllis?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Okay, moving on to K, approve meeting calendar for 2023. You can all see that in your packets. Review it. If you see any conflicts, any concerns, please let Bruce know, and we can see about getting those worked out before the meeting. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to new business, Resolution 2022-26, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. This is for stop sticks, and they're tire deflation devices that the police department use when people are fleeing the police, and they are disposing of those. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to 9, which also ties in slightly with 8, and this is Resolution 2022-27, a resolution to donate our surplus stop sticks to Weakley County Sheriff's Office, and the Weakley County Sheriff's Office had put out a request looking for a donation of these, and so it would authorize the donation of 38 used stop sticks to this group. And once the stick is used, it's taken out of service. And does anyone have any questions? Chief, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'd just like to add to that. Surplus is being generous. The way that our program is set up, the stop stick program, once a stick has been used, it's a single-use stick, and once it's being ran over by a car, to us it's trash. But to Weakley County, it's a treasure for them. So there's another man's trash, another man's treasure. So for us, and once we've used them, Stop Stick Company sends us a free stop stick. So we're not out of anything on this. So it's not like this is just stuff that we just have sitting. These are used. They may work for them, they may not work. But for us, we're not out of anything because we're getting, once we do our report with them, they send us replacements for that for free of charge. So
we have no liability.
No liability whatsoever. Evan has looked at it already, Bruce. It's been blessed, and they know that they may work, they may not work, but for us, if we wasn't donating to this agency, it would be in the dumpster. So.
I'm just curious, Chief, how long did it take us to accumulate 38 of those?
Well, being that there's 9 foot, which is 9 feet, which is 3 sticks, one car can hit all 3 sticks, so that's 3 gone already. So this LaVergne, you know, people like to get away from us, so.
Or at least try to.
Yeah, and you know, with our LPR system now, we get that quite a bit. So, what, maybe 6 months, maybe? Yeah.
Really?
Wow.
And right now, each car has a set of stop sticks. So there's 3 sticks per car. CID have some, and we have some spares. So it can accumulate pretty fast. And then you could think one car chase could make 15 sticks out there. So yeah, depending on the route of the car, you try to set up ahead of the route, which also means we have to buy tires for other cars that that run over them as well, but that's just the nature of the beast.
There must be a story here somewhere.
Stay quiet with the mouse.
But yes, I just want to put that out there that we're not out of anything. It's just helping another agency. We've already paid the money and gotten the replacements for them. Like I say, they would just be trash if we wasn't donating.
Where's Weakley County?
It's out West Tennessee.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Resolution 2022-28, a resolution to authorize city officials and employees to take such action as deemed appropriate to enforce the bid bond submitted by Fellowship Construction Incorporated and issued by Ohio Farmers Westfield Insurance Company. Evan, I'm going to let you take this one if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Be glad to. So some of you may remember Fellowship Construction was the low bidder on the fire station number 41 project. As a consequence of being the low bidder, they were then obligated within 10 days to enter into a contract with the city and to submit surety bonds for the performance of the contract. They failed to do that. They did more than fail to do it. They affirmatively told us that they could not or would not conform and comply with that. So that time period lapsed, and the city council at the time awarded the contract to the next bidder, which was, I think, maybe $1 million more, maybe more. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Was it $1 million?
It's a little more.
A little over $1 million more than what the bid was on the by Fellowship. So we filed a claim against the bid bond, similar to the way you file a claim with your insurance company. That's the whole point of having the bid bond. The last communication we have received from the surety company, which is the insurance company, Ohio's Farmers, indicated that the Fellowship Construction, so the bidder who was supposed to enter into the agreement, they've hired a law firm and they're going to dispute having to pay the bid bond. It's almost $500,000. There's a lot at stake, and so that's not a big surprise. But what it does reveal to us is that we're probably in for a fight if we have any shot at trying to collect this. With that being said, we also may be up against a deadline. We're not totally sure what the deadline is, and so we all want to be flexible enough to err on the side of caution. And if we have to file suit in an effort to try to enforce this, we want the ability to do that without having to delay. So that's the whole point of the resolution.
Does anyone have any questions?
Has this ever happened to us before?
It's never, as long as I've been the city attorney, we've never had to enforce a bid bond before. And, you know, like the whole point is so that people don't come in and just submit a bid, what could be a low bid, in the hopes that maybe they get some business without a consequence to it. So the bid bond means you're a serious bidder, because if you get the contract and you don't enter into it, you're going to forfeit that bid, and you're going to owe your surety company the difference for that. So to answer your question, and maybe somebody else has a longer memory than me, but I don't ever remember having to do this. And just in a general search of the law as we kind of prepare for where we think this is headed, I have found one or maybe two cases in the whole state over the last 50 years where anybody's made an effort to try to enforce it, at least that's gone to the Court of Appeal, so it's rare. That's a long way of saying it's very rare. I don't think it's ever happened here.
So isn't this the same company that said, even though there was $1 million higher, they were going to charge us another $1 million after the fact, after a while, because they left off $1 million or something?
I think that's right, Mr. Vice Mayor. I don't know if I can totally endorse that as a fact, but I do remember that they said that they were willing to do it if they could charge more. That wasn't going to work because we'd already unsealed the bids, and then to allow them to come back and then tack on money would not be appropriate for lots of reasons. Then I think the last thing we got from them, I think when they realized that they may have been on the hook for the bond, they came back and said, okay, I think we can do it. And by that point, it was too late.
So money-wise, it's pretty much a wash, hopefully with a better company.
Well, I don't know if it's a wash, but it's certainly, I don't know, Kyle, if you...
It's not a wash. Going with the next bidder, it's going to cost the city more money to have the project done. However, clearly with a low bidder, we couldn't get anything worked out. They wouldn't enter into the contract. They would not do the work. So that's part of the reason why you'd call on this also is, you know, we spent a lot of effort trying to bid this out, get the project going with the low bidder, and with them not being willing to enter into a contract, it's a whole lot of work that the architectural firm and different ones that have put into this and never did get it worked out. So hopefully we can collect on this. Like Evan's stating, is we just want to make sure that there is flexibility that if he does need to file suit or anything, then he has the ability to do that in a timely manner, because we don't want to miss some deadline if they come up with something that says, well, you need within the next 10 days to file this or that. We need him to be able to have the ability and flexibility to do it.
Would it be that quick, or we don't know?
Could be.
It could be as quick as December the 15th. We're not sure, but that's why we're here, because we would not have time to meet again as a city council, and we would not want to be pressed against that.
Any other questions?
How does this affect the ordinance in the old business, item number 6, the 2022-25?
So this doesn't affect that because go back over here in the packet to 6. So 6 is, it's basically two separate items. This is where we're authorizing city officials to be able to file suit for that bid bond, which is roughly about $500,000. And then this is the second reading for the actual funding of the construction of the bid. So we went, after Fellowship declined to enter into a contract within that certain amount of time, we came back in October and awarded the bid to the next highest bidder, which is Romac.
That's what this item is right here?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Not a problem. Any other questions? Thank you. Now we're going to move on to appoint or remove board and committee members, and we have a lot here, guys, with this. So first we have the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. We will need to appoint a council member to that, and then they will be chairman of this committee, and then at the same time we also have a vacancy as Marshall Smith has resigned, and we have started advertising this on social media and on Channel 3, but do not have any applicants at this time.
Have they had a meeting yet?
No, they did not have a quorum for their first scheduled meeting, to my understanding.
All right.
Next, we have the Economic Development Advisory Committee, and this will be to appoint a council member to that board. Then we have the Greenway Advisory Committee, and so this will be to appoint a council member to that board. At the same time, we also have Melissa Joyner's term, who will be expiring December 31st, and so staff will reach out to her, see if she wishes to remain on this. We will also start advertising this on Channel 3 and on social media. Next, we have the LaVergne Housing Authority, and the term for Chuck Isbell expired at the end of November. he would like to stay on this board. We currently have no other applications for this, and I do make the appointments for this board. Next, we have the library board. We have the city council position open for this one, and then at the same time, we have 3 terms that will be expiring at the end of December. Bridget Cole and Gary Frazier's terms expire, and they are not eligible for reappointment due to term limits imposed by the state legislature for this type of board. Linda Steed's term also expires, and we're going to reach out to see if she wishes to stay on the board or not. This portion of it will not be on the agenda as far as the 3 vacancies. It will not be on the agenda for Tuesday's meeting, just the city council position. Next, we have the local emergency planning committee, and we will need to appoint a council member to this committee, and at the same time, we have quite a few terms that are expiring. We've got Justin Belair's, Daniel Campbell's, Brent Hatcher, Chris Schmidt, Alex Thompson, who all expire the 31st. We'll be reaching out to everybody to see if they wish to remain on here. And you can see the different departments that they're affiliated with or groups. Next, we have the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We have 1 vacancy due to the resignation of Ms. Carol Haas following her election to the board. We've not started advertising this position yet, but we have received 1 application from Rick Autry. And then also the term for Chuck Isbell will expire at the end of December. We'll reach out to him to see if he wishes to remain on this, but we will begin advertising that on Channel 3 and on social media. Next, we have the Planning Commission, and we have the city council position for that. So the board will choose someone for that. And then we've also received 2 applications as well, Mark Molinar and Graham Coates. Then we have the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. We have 1 term vacant, which again is Ms. Carol Haas's, where she was elected to the board. We have not started advertising this position yet, but we do have 2 applicants, Chuck Isbell and Tabitha Howard. Then we have the Beer Board. The terms of Kevin Oliver and Becky Pollock will expire on December 31st. We'll be reaching out to them to see if they wish to remain on the board or not. We will advertise this on Channel 3 and social media. This will not be on the agenda for Tuesday night. Next, we have the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee. We've got 1 term that expires, the 31st, and that's Chuck Isbell, and he went ahead and resigned from this committee prior to that. So we will start advertising this on Channel 3 and on social media. And again, this one's just informational, will not be on Tuesday's agenda. Last but not least, we have the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. The terms of Megan DeBoard and Jeff Moss will expire on December 31st. We'll be reaching out to them as well as advertising on Channel 3 and on social media. Again, this is just for informational purposes only. With that, we're going to move on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderwoman-elect Kara Hobbs.
I just want to say thank you to everybody that has supported me to get here to this position. I'm eager to jump in and start working for the community, and I look forward to working with all of you in the next 4 years.
Thank you, ma'am. Alderwoman-elect Carol Haas.
Once again, just like Alderwoman Hobbs said, thank you to the community for your support during the election, and I look forward to the next 4 years working with the board, and happy holidays.
Thank you. Vice Mayor No.
Well, congratulations to all 3 of you. Welcome back. And I'm going to apologize to you ladies early and get it out of the way. I'm going to get Kara, Hobbs, Haas. I'm going to get it mixed up. It's going to happen. So I go ahead and apologize now and get that out of the way. And I'm glad the election's over. That was a hard fought. You guys did great. And I hope we can continue to move the city forward as a team and work together. We're going to agree, we're going to disagree, but once we leave this boardroom, it's, you know, I know me and Jason's bumped heads, but once we leave this boardroom, that's it. So congratulations to you. Next thing is Santa Claus. I really thought somebody was trying to get in that door.
We did too. Yeah, we did too.
Are you the only one that knew about this?
There's a handful that knew about this, including the police.
Okay.
Make sure Santa did not get. We wanted to make sure Santa wasn't getting tackled.
You didn't know, Chief. I didn't know. I thought somebody was trying to get in, so that was pretty cool. That's a good job by them. That's all I got.
Well, Alderman Waldron had to leave, but he would like for me to pass on that Tire World is going to have a toy drive on Saturday, December 3rd. They're asking for unwrapped gifts to be dropped off at any of their Tire World stores. He asked to make sure your pets have fresh water and shelter. Please check on the elderly. And then want to thank Santa and Mrs. Claus for making an appearance, and thank you, Chief, for not shooting them, apparently. And I'm glad we were able to work out some therapy with Andrew there. Do want to remind everybody that tomorrow, December 2nd, from 5 to 8 p.m. At Sonic here in LaVergne, they will be doing our benefit for the Christmas for Kids and Seniors. And 20% of all sales will go to that, as well as 100% of all cash tips. I've heard our fire and police chiefs are both going to be out there with roller skates on, delivering food.
I'll be there. Okay.
Should be lots of fun, so please save yourself worrying about cooking tomorrow night. Go down there and let's support our kids and our seniors. Remind everybody about Parade of Lights starting at 5 p.m., so there will be some traffic on Murfreesboro Road with the road closures. So please plan appropriately, but come out, let's have a good time. Winterfest will be great. We're going to have lots of carriage rides, ice skating, singing, hot chocolate cookies. It should be a lot of fun. So I look forward to seeing everybody there. With that, I call this meeting adjourned.
you.